I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, July 8th. I have a great show planned for you. We have a great show planned for you. We are on episode 35, of our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. So if you have not seen this series, if this is your first time, I highly recommend you go back to the very beginning episode. We started out this series going over a document. It was actually the results of a study put out by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And in that study, they basically talked about the power of manifestation. They admitted that the concept of time as we know it does not really exist. They talked about remote viewing. They talked about the power of being able to use the power of consciousness to heal yourself, and many, many, many other jewels. So I highly recommend, if this is your first episode of this series, to start with the first one, because that particular study done by the Alphabet Boys is pretty powerful. As a matter of fact, there was a couple pages missing in the document, and nobody's been able to find what those pages are. So we were going to wrap up the series, and then Brother Sean ran across a book called Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Cragg. You can get this on Amazon, but she also offers it for free on PDF. She wants it that way. So this author did an excellent job. She basically took various ancient text sources, and she went over the true history of Earth. She started out talking about the Anunnaki were the first to come to Earth. I'm going to say to colonize, y'all. And she said that when they arrived 450,000 years ago, there were already indigenous people on Earth in North America. And she went into details on how the Anunnaki terraformed, and she talked about how the Anunnaki brought with them their different systems, which we still see today, like the finances and politics, etc. And she went into a little bit into the bloodlines as well. So another good read for your collection, and you can get it for free. And then as we were reading this, shout out to Sis Tessie, because I had been looking for the Terra Papers for years. It's no longer in print. You can only get it via PDF, and I couldn't find it. She got it for us. So we're into the Terra Papers, which go into the early history of Mama Earth. And it goes into the galactic wars. It goes into the different beings that were in the Galactic Federation and how they were warring with each other, and how during the Galactic War, Mother Earth was hit or injured. I say she was attacked. That's a separate story, but they talk about how the different beings, but still the Anunnaki being the first to come to Earth to colonize. It goes into the Anunnaki, how do you say it? Creating other beings through DNA manipulation for the purpose of having worker slaves. And it talked about even in those different species, even in their particular dimensions, how they had a commerce system, how they pretty much operated. They even talked about one group, the Lyras, who followed the whole Jesus, turn the other cheek philosophy, and how that race was pretty much wiped out. So very, very good information. So we're finishing up the Terra Papers, but y'all know how we roll. We kind of took a little diversion. We got into a patent, a U.S. patent that talked about walking through walls. Very, very interesting stuff. And tonight we're going to finish up, hopefully we're going to finish up a patent to time travel. So last week we were getting into the nitty gritty of it, y'all. So I'm going to back up just a hair to review because where we left off was key in that patent, explaining that patent. So, with that said, I want to send a shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to American Indian Star, Lance, Zydoc, my son Scotty. I know you're going to have to take off early. And again, we wish you good luck and success in your endeavors tonight. Shout out to I'm Born Here. Shout out to Brother Marquedrick. Hopefully my country butt got it right. You know, I always forget and mess it up. And shout out to everybody else in YouTube land that you are watching us today. So I'm by myself right now, so I'm going to keep rolling with it. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Shout out to Brother Christopher. He posted another I finally said it right. And watch my old ass forget and mess it up again. I'm glad I finally got it right. Okay, so shout out to Brother Christopher. He put another very powerful, and I'm trying to bring it up on the other computer here. He put out another very powerful video. And I asked him if I could share it with you all. He was going in as usual. So while I'm waiting on Sis Sandra and Brother Sean to come in, I can also take this opportunity to go over that information with you all. So while I'm trying to bring that up, y'all, child, I had the day. Let me tell you, last week it was already bad enough, y'all. It was looking like I've been drinking, bags up under a sister's eyes, because I keep getting woke up like early in the morning, this ragged ass skunk. And the smell is so bad it wakes me up out of my sleep. Again, it happened at 4:30 this morning, so I couldn't go back to sleep, which is why I put out 2 videos today before I went live. So yeah, the skunk, y'all, was so bad, was cutting up so bad, it obviously sprayed. The smell just left up out of my house, although I had to burn vinegar to get the smell to come down, and wind up burning that because I was in the meeting. Just a hot mess of a day, y'all. So I about had it with this skunk. So I called the skunk collection agency to come out and pick his or her ass up tomorrow. I can't take it no more. And then the funny part about it, I know I have a cat. I call the cat GC, ghetto cat. It's the neighborhood cat. That cat is bad as hell. That cat been wandering around here since I moved here like 6 years ago. It's a girl cat, and she done had babies and all. And so I know she be around here. I saw her Friday because we were in the yard. I had my little helper adopted son helping me in the yard, and he was like, I'm like, what's wrong? It's like, I just saw a cat. I'm like, oh, that's GC. So what I think is happening is GC and this goddamn skunk ran across each other. But the skunk gotta go. GC is cool. GC can stay. So, child, it's just been one of those days for me dealing with these animals. So hold on a second. Let me bring in sis. Sandra, she just made it in. Okay. I think you're unmuted, sis. You there, sis?
Yes, I am.
How are you?
I'm embarrassed. I fell asleep.
Girl, don't feel bad. I was just telling them the woes. I'm like, last week I was looking like I've been drinking. Dark circles under my eyes. And I'm like the same thing this week. So, child.
It's so hot here that it's kind of hard to get a good night's sleep. I think today is about 107.
Oh my God.
I don't know if it got there yet, but
Is it at least raining or
man,
no?
here no, we don't have rain. We just have hours and hours of heat. There's no such thing as rain here. They want to, do California in. Uh, so it's not gonna rain here. They're gonna make sure that we dry out for a purpose, a political purpose. I'm sure. You know, this governor here, and he's a nuisance.
Yeah, it don't nobody like y'all governor. I saw on one of the channels, I forget which one. It wasn't my dude, Adapt 2030. But somebody else was saying that in a couple weeks, supposedly and allegedly, so I'm going to watch this in about 2 weeks, that California's agriculture is going to announce how it's suffering.
Oh yeah, they're gonna do that because they have it planned. You see, they put it in the papers what they're gonna do to us, and if you watch it, just look at it. They said we're gonna have a drought. We just got out of a drought for 7 years. So how does we all of a sudden have another one? Because they're stopping the rain. The agriculture is gonna dry out because there's no rain.
Yeah.
Some guy was talking that he's in Idaho,
Uh-huh.
so he has blueberries and like 300 acres or something, or 3,000 acres of blueberries, and it's
Hmm.
so hot that the blueberries are blanching, so their skin is peeling off of them. So that
Uh-huh. Yep.
you,
They
you
dry. They're dried up. They're not getting enough moisture.
not worth selling. So that means that is going to go up. So
I got a blueberry bush. So, but keep going.
yeah, well, we're not going to have bushes or nothing because they're going to have so much heat that nothing will thrive. And it's all political. I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I think that they're purposely they're trying to drive people off of California's land,
Yeah, they
for
are.
sure.
They are. You can tell it. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
unless you just think everything is coincidental, which I don't.
No, girl, it ain't coincidental. We see the trends, and not only that, it's not like we haven't been discussing this stuff for years.
Right.
Now it's just coming into fruition.
There's
So,
sun accumulators and all that kind of stuff driving the temperatures up so crazy. And they're going to blame it on global warming.
of
And
course, and tax the heck out of folks. They're gonna slap a global warming tax on people, but
yeah, so it's the way it is. And then that, of course, my electricity, because it's so hot, you're gonna pay for your.
oh yeah, cause y'all not used to it being like that. So
Well, we are in this city, but when you get to Cali,
yeah, well,
I
hopefully you have air conditioning, cause I know a lot of people in Cali in the older homes, they don't even have air conditioning because they really didn't even need it.
I have
So
air conditioning. I don't want to
okay.
pay $600 a month to run
Oh,
it.
child. But I ain't gonna lie. As I sit here in a sweatshirt with my air on, I would pay it. I would be pissed, but
But
I would pay it.
you know what I got this year though? Because last year was like $400, $600 a month
Hmm.
for air and stuff like that. I got these little portable things, the coolers. They sell them on the internet and stuff. I said, I'm gonna try that out.
And you
And
just do it. You just cool by room then.
right,
Yeah,
and wait, because I have a large house. I'm
yeah,
like, I'm not gonna pay that.
yeah. Because to be honest, when I was in Atlanta, all of Atlanta's utilities are off the chain. And when I got a $800 electric bill for the summer, I said, I'm going old school, and went and got, but I got the old school in the window.
Oh,
Um,
type thing, yeah.
yeah, and had it in the TV room and in the bedroom, and I'm like, it's just gonna be hot in the rest of this because I'm not giving them close to $1,000 every
Yeah,
month. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
and then they up the taxes. So if you're paying all that money for air conditioning, so when you're going to be able to pay your taxes?
Child, you know they don't care. They want you not to pay something. Yeah, brother Marquis, utilities, you said in Atlanta, utilities be like 500. Yeah, and when I first moved to Atlanta, it wasn't like that. It was very, very affordable. And I'm guessing what they use the excuse that so many people moved to Atlanta that they had no choice but to raise the rates. But the utilities are they off the chain. I'm like, I'm not giving you no close to no $1,000. So it's gonna have to be room to room. So yeah, I feel you on that, sis.
Yeah, yeah, it's too bad. I see that Ar Argon,
Mm-hmm.
they say that all the Pelosi's and Waters and Feinsteins are, all a part of this stuff. They said that Feinstein is a triple agent, and Pelosi is working for China, and of course Waters. She and that guillotine stuff.
But you know, Cali and water has always really been a big deal. It's been a big deal for quite some time.
Listen, the northern part of California dumps the water into the ocean. They dump the water.
I did see that somewhere where they have it diverted,
Yep.
and I'm
Be-
like, you got to be kidding. But you
They don't.
know what? People just are in such a stupor that the amount of crap that they allow to go on. Because to be honest, another place who's very vulnerable for water is Atlanta. I don't know how long folks have been in Atlanta, but
No,
Atlanta had water wars also. So that's another place where the water supply, baby, is shaky at best.
it doesn't make sense. Atlanta rains all the time. My son went to Georgia. Remember?
Oh yeah,
He
you did say that. Uh-huh.
said it rains almost every day there.
Yeah, because they're getting that the
Her-
Florida. Yeah, the Florida. That's the only thing when those hurricanes and stuff hit off of Florida and North Carolina. Georgia is going to get that rain, and what usually happens, people from Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Savannah, and all of them, they come inland, which Atlanta is considered inland, so it gets crowded. And but yeah, that happens every time there's a hurricane.
Yeah, so the northern part of California don't want to give the southern and central part of California the water. So
Yeah,
I think it's all about money, and a lot of these places are going dry. And I said, now that's interesting. They never mentioned that about it in the last 7 years of the drought. Now they're talking about it's going dry. I see. Okay,
yeah, yeah.
this is
So get ready, you all. You should already start seeing higher prices at the grocery store.
yeah.
Get ready, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. So yeah, supposedly and allegedly in 2 weeks, Cali is going to announce problems with the agricultural.
Oh
So
yeah.
get ready.
They don't want us to be here. They want China to be here. Uh, they want to. Well, the U.S. now represents China, obviously. When you have these people like Feinstein and Pelosi and Biden and all
Right.
those, I mean, they represent China. They don't represent America anymore. They don't. They got mad at old Trumpy boy when he said "Make America Great."
Yeah, but they've been trying to set China up as the
But
next superpower for quite some
yeah,
time,
they
and
have been.
they're still pushing it. So this is going to be an interesting summer as well as fall. I think we're gonna see a bunch of stuff pop off, and especially by the fall.
It's
So
crazy.
yeah, it is crazy for sure, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Lance says, worst case scenario, we start using the water from Lake Lanier. Yeah, Lake Lanier though is man-made, and I don't know if Lake Lanier can sustain all of Atlanta. Atlanta has gotten pretty
Mm-hmm.
big, pretty big. You may be okay because of all of the rain. But hey, peace and love, Helenese, peace and love, beloved.
It's a number to everybody. I need to speak. I woke up. My phone woke me up.
That's okay, sis. I totally understand. Shoot, like I said, I've been going through dramatization myself. So, but I'm going to share a drop from Brother Christopher. Shout out to you, Brother Christopher. He's the brother that last week gave the very powerful drop on the heart of being an Indian. So he put together another drop as well. So let me turn on.
I
I'll do the
have
mic this
one.
time, sis. I'll do it. You don't have to. I'm gonna do it the regular way. Huh?
I just heard. I fell asleep on Brother Caramel's video about the Indians,
Mm-hmm.
American Indians. So I want to see what Brother Christopher has to say about it.
Yeah, yeah. And shout out to Brother Kuameo. Shout out to LTC. They've been putting out some good stuff. I'm just so behind y'all. But now y'all know why. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. That damn skunk. It ain't my fault. So let me try to get Brother Christopher. Let's see here.
There's people out here.
Come on, computer.
This is traveling bear of the Yamasee Nation and the great, honorable, ancient Tacoma bloodline. What's happening with everybody out here? Right now, as you see, I'm just walking the trail real quick. But I want to drop a little something today. Speaking about when people don't understand culture. And a particular religious group, we ain't got to go into which one. I seen today somebody sent me a post, and this particular religious group made a religious ruling saying that people of that faith can now no longer use the slang term bruh, because it can be used with somebody who's not of their faith, right? Okay? And whether it's the Islamic faith, the Christian faith, Hebrew Israelites, whoever, either one of them, right? These are ones that's famous in our communities. So now this individual makes a ruling, and by the way, this person was a paleface. Okay, this person is not even an Indian, right? And that does make it even more sillier. Okay, it does. I know people of religious orientations and stuff like that. Halito, Ucha. They have the thing that everybody's the same and we're all cool and all of that. That's not the case most of the time. But this is my thing, right? Hold on. Let me well, give me a second. So now, he uses a verse from this scripture that says, only the believers are brothers to one another. So meaning that you have to be a believer in that particular faith to be called brother. The problem with that is that when we say bruh as Indians in our hoods, let's go to the number one meaning is that it's a general meaning. I hear women call people bruh. Yo, bruh, talking to another female. All right? I don't even have to know you and say, hey, bro, come here, let me talk to you for a second. That don't even mean nothing. That's like saying, yo, my man, let me holler at you. All right? See, when you don't understand our culture, you come and make these rulings and tell us what we can't say and try to control us. Nobody controls shit over here. This ain't this land, this ain't a Christian land. This ain't a Hebrew Israelite land. This ain't a Muslim land. It's Indian territory. And you don't get to tell us what to say, how to say it, and what to say. Now anybody want to in that particular religious group, in that particular faction of that religion, want to follow behind somebody telling them what to say and how to say it when they know their own culture, then you's a weak ass nigga. You weak. You're straight weak. You weak. When you let another foreigner tell you how to talk, you're weak. I'm just calling you out. You a straight weakling. You's a sucker and a chump. Straight up. Because they done guilt you into bending your knee. They guilt you with God. They guilt you with hell. They guilt you with punishment. You get on your knees. Well, these Indians ain't getting on their knees no more. Them days is through. Them days is through. Straight up. So let's talk about this. But let's get into the culture of it. Because I'm from the hood. I'm from North Philly. Born and raised. You understand? So when we say stuff like young boy, when we say like John, these things are nouns and stuff that mean everything. They don't even have to mean in a good sense. I can come to somebody right now and be like, yo, bro, what's up with my money at? Bro don't mean in good terms right there. But I come up to somebody right now and say, hey, bro, hey, what's up? Hold on, bro, damn, I ain't seen you in a minute. That means it's all good. Bro mean a lot of different things. It mean a lot of different things. So how can you come along now and give somebody religious ruling on shit that ain't yours? It's not even your culture. You a white boy. You a pale face. It's not even your culture. It don't belong to you. It has nothing to do with you. You don't even know how to use it. That's why you put the ruling on it, because you don't know how to use it. So, okay, because it can mean good or bad. It doesn't always mean a term of endearment. Most times it don't. It don't mean a term of enemy either. It's just a general term that we all use all the time. And we use it so much that it loses, sometimes don't have nothing behind it. It's just, yo, bro, you only got to know a person to be a total stranger. You understand what I'm saying? So, what about my brother that's not, say we got a brother that's not Hebrew Israelite, not Muslim, or whatever. Can you call him brother? That's your literal brother. Can you call him brother? You understand what I'm saying? So the word brother doesn't take the same meaning as yo bruh. You're not saying you with them on what they're believing in or doing or participating in. It's a general term that we use on the street for anything and everybody, male or female. But you allow people to come into your world and tell you how to talk. I'm sorry, man. If you don't get the fuck out of here, this Indian territory, okay? This don't belong to no scholars overseas. This don't belong to no kings overseas. You understand what I mean? This is our dirt right here. So we got to start talking like that, man. Like, what? What do you mean? But you got dudes right now that'll be bending their head to that, John, to somebody telling them how to talk. I'm sorry. I got too much fire in my gut for that. I was like that in the hood. Like, I was like that before. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wasn't coming up to me talking about some, hey, man, this is the way I want you to walk. What? It was going to be Beetle Bailey outside. Heathcliff with dirt balls and fists and feet coming out the dirt ball. What? So now we get in religion and we let people dictate us how to live, how to talk? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Because all I'm saying is we get into these organizations, and excuse my French, we turn to some bitch-ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? We get into these organizations and we turn to some bitch ass niggas. Straight up. Straight up, man. You boys be getting into these organizations, man. I don't care if it's religious or whatever. And for some reason, they stop being tough. They turn to some bitch ass niggas. You gonna let foreigners tell you how to talk in your own land. That's not happening. It's bad enough we got this damn pale face here. You know what I'm saying? He from Europe. He ain't even from here. Bad enough we dealing with that. So now we're going to deal with immigrants, new immigrants coming over here telling us what to do. How to talk, how to breathe, how to walk, how to dress. If you don't miss me, I ain't going for that, man. We shouldn't even be going for that, man. Like, you got to be kidding me, man. Like, straight up, you got to be kidding me. So all I'm saying is that words like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, come on, really? And then you bring a verse from your holy book, from the scriptures, right? To prove your point. Like, it don't even apply here, though. You got to understand the people you're talking to. What does those words mean to them? And what's the application of that word in different scenarios? Because it don't even mean like I'm with you. Like, we cool. It don't even have to mean that. How many times you done said bro to somebody you about to split his wig? How many times you done said bro to somebody you don't like? Yo, bro, that wasn't even cool, homie. What's up? Let me holler at you real quick. How many times you done did that? You know what I mean? How many times you done did that? How many times you wanted somebody to be like, yo, bro? I mean, listen, I done had females say, yo, bro to me. So what does she mean when she say that? What about when you say yo bro to her, yo bro, you arguing with your girl, you call her bro. I hear young boys do it all the time. What does he mean when he say bro to his girl? That's a female, because the word bro comes from the word brother. So its origin is masculine. So why is he applying it to his girl? So you got people over here telling us how to talk. I mean, come on, man. Like, when are we going to say we had enough of this shit? When? And then you'll have them take shots like, because now the fact that we find out we're Indian is getting bigger and bigger. Our voice is getting louder and louder. You know what I mean? You got people within those faiths now starting to say, hey, I'm Indian, starting to wear their feathers, starting to, talk back. So now you want to come out and say, oh, about the ancestors. People is calling on their ancestors, and that's polytheism. And you only can call upon God and this, that, and the third. We in America, man. I don't know. I walk around the hood. I don't see many people calling on their ancestors, right? I don't see many people doing that. Not out in the open. So it's not an issue for them to be talking about, right? So, but if somebody is calling on their ancestors, what business is that of yours? No, but what they want to do, they want to plant in the seed, they want to plant in the heads of the people the word ancestor in a negative light. So when you're talking about being an Indian, you're saying research your ancestors. The word ancestor is going to get a reaction psychologically. This is how these groups work. This is how they work. See, they want to plant the psychological seed. So now when you hear the word, something negative comes up. See, this is what these people do. I figured them out. And I live in Philly where it's saturated with hood religions. It's saturated with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody walking around here, you either Muslim, or you Hebrew Israelite, or, you Baptist. That's what it is. That's what it is. You got different factions of the Muslims, you got Hebrew Israelites, and you got Christians. And you got people in between that, the rest of the Indians. Who are the majority, by the way, because those religious groups are the minority in the community. That's another thing. They the minority, so why do their opinion matter? They don't have no power here except the power that we give them. We allow them to keep talking. We allow them to keep talking their stuff. We allow them to keep on saying things and doing things. All we got to do is be like, yo, shut the fuck up. And it's over. I mean, at what point do we get enough? At what point do we say, hey, man, you can't, I mean, come on, something like, bro, look, a lot of these organizations want to kick you away from your culture. Because they're not telling the Arabs not to speak slang. They ain't telling the Pakistan not to speak his language with slang in it. They ain't telling them that. And then, by the way, you got somebody who don't even look like us telling us we can't say bro. And you got indigenous Muslims or indigenous Hebrew Israelites bending their head, Christians, whoever, bending their head to stuff like this and won't say nothing in return. Anytime you allow another grown-ass man to tell you how to talk and walk, you's a bitch-ass nigga. Straight up, I don't care who don't like it. It is what it is. That if the shoe fits, wear it. Don't nobody tell me how to live or how to talk or walk. That is over. I'm not being dominated like that. I'm not in chains. I'm not getting on my knees. I'm not bowing out. I'm Indian. Straight up. And I'm brave. It ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to tell me what I can say, man. Like, that's crazy. And they guilt you and scare you with verses from the Bible or the Quran. They use hellfire and they use paradise. They use all these different shit to scare you into submission. Instead of using things to uplift the community, they want to keep you scared. Instead of getting involved in the streets, stopping these young boys from killing each other, damn near 300 homicides in Philly. Every weekend, 30 people shot, 11 dead. Instead of, get security forces together, you want to tell me I can't say bruh. With all this stuff going on in the world, you busying yourself with saying the word bruh. Like, that's what I'm saying, man, about these religious organizations and these political organizations. They wasting our people time. You spending time talking about who you can, using slang terms that you don't even understand how to use them yourself. But you like, really? Come on, y'all. Yeah. Come on. I know we got to see this. I know we got to see this clear. It don't make sense. It ain't adding up for me. You know what I'm saying? Why you busying me with who we can call bruh? But all this stuff going on in the city, all this stuff going on in the country. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And then on top of, be honest with you, I don't care who don't like it. Definitely, man, ain't no Arab or nobody, no European gonna tell me how to talk. That definitely ain't happening. You came on Ellis Island, homeboy. Your family came through Ellis Island. I've been here for millions of years. You don't get to come here and tell me how to use my slang. That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Yup. You see my face, traveling bear, Abu Isa. No. Nope. I refuse. I'm not bending. You don't get to come to my land and tell me a goddamn thing. That's crazy, man. That's weird. That's weird. That's straight up weird, man. Now, I mean, come on. We gotta see that this is silly. How silly is this? But anyway, I just want to say that, I try to be super emotional about it, but that's just my personality. I can't keep my personality. That's the way I talk. So I can't put my personality in. All I'm saying is that at the end of the day, for all you religious organizations, the Muslims, right? Assalamu alaikum. I'm not taking no shots at your religion. All I'm trying to say is that if you're going to be in the community of the indigenous people, uplift the people. Stand with the people. Stop closing yourself off inside the masajid. Stop closing yourself off inside the kana'is, the churches. Stop closing yourself off in the ma'bad, the synagogues. Stop closing yourself off and step out here in the street where it's real at, where real life is happening. So you make real statements instead of one just blood thing. It's like these weird statements. You come out here and you make real progress amongst the people. These your people out here suffering. Oh, excuse me. You're taught that these not your people because they're not Muslim or Hebrew Israelites, so they're infidels, kafirs, and Gentiles, and they going to hell. I forgot. But all I'm saying is that where's the reality at? They can't use bruh now? Really? This is what we're going to be, But anyway, look. I just wanted to come drop that. We got to stop letting foreigners tell us what to do in our own homeland. You brothers out here, you men out here, you got to stop being some bitch-ass niggas. Okay? You got to stop letting these foreigners tell you what to do. I mean, damn, they got some of these religious groups saying how to fuck your wife. I mean, goddamn. I mean, at some point, you got to be a man at some point. I mean, you getting told how to screw your wife. You getting told how to live by somebody that ain't from here. Foreigners coming in your joint. Foreigners stepping up in your spot. And they got control of you. Politically, religiously, economically, you under control of foreigners. I'm American Indian. I'm tired of being underneath foreigners. At some point, you got to get tired of it. Foreigners tell us what to do religiously, economically, everything. They tell us what to do. You know what I'm I'm saying? So all I'm saying is, man, we got to start being men. We got to act better than what we act. We got to do better than what we doing. You know what I'm saying? When I saw that, I had to say something about it because it was weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, brothers, it's time to stand up and say, no. You have no authority here. You have no say-so here. You are a foreigner. Okay? You are a minority. This is Indian territory. This is our home. You cannot come here and tell us how to talk or how to dress. No. That's all you got to do. No. That's it. Stand up. God, when I saw that, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, man. And I can't believe that some of us, a lot of us gonna go for it too. But not me. Not Traveling Bear, not Abu Isa. And I ain't doing it. Peace. Love y'all. This is Traveling Bear of the Yamasee Nation. This is Urban Indian Talks. I'm from the great Tacoma bloodline. My clan is the Moon Clan. You know what I'm saying? My nationality is Yamasee. My bloodline is Altamaha, and my clan is the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan. You know what I'm saying? I ain't black. I ain't African American. I got a people. I got a blood. I got a lineage. And most of you do. If you don't know it, you can definitely find it. Get out there, go find it. Stand up for who you are. Don't let nobody be afraid, make you afraid of finding out who your ancestors are. Don't be afraid of that. Don't let nobody tell you because they ain't this belief, they ain't that belief, that it doesn't matter. It's time to stand up, get off your knees and say no to these foreigners. We had enough. We had enough. Tell these foreigners we had enough. You don't come in. You don't dictate to us our culture. You don't dictate to us how to live, how to talk. Say no. All you got to do is psychologically say no and emotionally say hell no. That's it. We can't get nobody out of here physically right now. But one thing you can do, you can get them out of your goddamn head. You can get them out of your heart. You can do that. You got all control of that. So it's time to say we had enough. Get them out of your head. Get them out of your heart. Tell them no. Tell them beat it. Tell them peace. We ain't bending. And you brothers out there, we are the guardians of the realm. Shalom. We are the guardians of the realm. Our women, they nurture and they order the realm. And guess what the men do? The matriarch order and they nurture the realm. Us, the so-called patriarch, our job is to guard that order. Our job is to guard that realm. That's your job. And we ain't doing a good job of it because our women run into everything else but us. They in all types of organizations and beliefs getting their asses whipped, getting psychologically beat down, broken, shattered. And we sitting around not doing a goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing nothing. Because people, they ain't hurting our people in the name of God. That's disgraceful. That's disgraceful. The stuff these people doing, they got nothing to do with a God. Nothing. And most of them don't even know what they doing. And the energy they really praying to. And the stuff they really bowing down to. They don't even know. Because they ain't practicing the true forms of those faiths. That stuff been hidden from them. Most of them practicing a culture, they don't even know what they practicing. Let's keep it real. So all I'm saying is that brothers, it's time to stand up. I know we've been traumatized. I know we've been hurt. I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us and our women. But we got to start trying to heal this situation between us and the indigenous Indian woman. We got to. That way we get our women back on track. We get ourselves back on track. It's time to let the women get back to doing their job. Let's get back doing our job. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things we got to start doing is being protectors in our realm. I seen a video the other day where this pale face, he was dissing some Indians, calling them niggas and all that in front of the cops. So he gave his address and that's where I live at, being all tough. So the Indians went there in the hundreds, surrounded his house. The cops had to come get him out of there to keep him safe. They threw water on him, bottles at him, beat him up and all this other stuff. The cops protected him the best they could, got him in the cop car and sped him away. That's cool when, more transgress on our people like that. Sometimes you got to rough a person up. I get it. But where that energy at for these goddamn thugs in our neighborhoods? Where is energy at? Like in Philly, 120 children under the age of 12 dead in the streets because these Negroes want to shoot up corners and be a block away from who they shooting at, and the bullets going through houses, killing children playing video games. But it ain't no surrounding nobody's house. It ain't no going to the drug corner he used to hustle at, where his homies is at, surrounding the corner in the thousands and telling him, yo, you got to give my man up. There ain't none of that going on. It ain't no in the hundreds going there flipping cars over, dragging niggas out the poppy store, beating them down till they give up the thug who killed that baby. We ain't doing that, though. You understand what I'm saying? I'm cool with the fact that we had to bust the Patuta up. But what we gonna do about Leroy and them, these damn rogue Indians? What we gonna do about them? Because you transgress against an Indian, I don't give a goddamn if you an Indian. At some point, we gotta start using our energy everywhere and not have selective insanity or selective chaos, where we selectively deal with something. But the same thing happens between us and we don't step in. That's a problem. That's a straight problem, man. But this is the urban indie, you know what I'm saying? Traveling bear, I'm gonna get off of here, but we gotta get this energy going. But things are changing. Because now we starting to really team up. When somebody do something, we jumping on it now. I see it. But we gotta start trying to regulate the energy and push it in other directions that's needed, that energy needs to be in to pull our people up. So we're gonna get it. It's coming together. I feel the energy, I feel the vibrations in the earth when I walk on it. Things are changing. And it's changing in a positive way.
Okay. All right. So thank you. And shout out to Brother Christopher. Thanks for sharing that, allowing me to share that with the family. It's much appreciated. And thanks for all that you do. All right. So with that said, we're going to move on. Sis, she didn't dropped off. All right. So I am going to get started. Let me see if she's texting me. Oh, okay. Yes, indeed, sis. Okay. All right, let me just text her back real quick. Her computer messed up. So hold on. We're going to get into the time travel document. Okay. All righty. So let me bring this up. Okay, where am I at? Take that off. I think that's that. Okay, all right, so we'll have it in a couple seconds, YouTube. It should be coming, it should be coming, it should be coming. Bam, there we go. All right, so we're gonna finish up this U.S. patent regarding time travel. So as you can see, here's the patent number, and the publishing date of this patent was back in 2009, and it's the practical time machine using dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots. So just to get clarity, if this is folks' first time, I'm going to read the abstract, and then we're going to get into where we left off. A method for time travel which allows an object or a group of objects to travel into the past or the future, as well as method to cut objects from the past or future and paste them to the current environment. The present invention, called the practical time machine, requires teams of super intelligent robots that work together in the virtual world and the real world to generate a perfect timeline of the planet Earth. The timeline of Earth records all objects, events, and actions every fraction of a nanosecond for the past or the future. A time traveler will set a time travel date. The time traveler can be one object or a group of objects. Next, atom manipulators are scattered throughout the Earth to change objects in our current environment based on the timeline and incrementally change the current environment until the time travel date. Each atom manipulator is intelligent and manipulates the current environment, as well as generating ghost machines to manipulate the current environment. Also, components of the practical time machine can be used to create technology for the purpose of building cars, planes, and rockets that travel at the speed of light, building intelligent weapons, creating physical objects from thin air, using a chamber to manipulate objects, building force fields, making objects invisible, building super powerful lasers, building anti-gravity machines, creating strong metals and alloys, creating the smallest computer chips, collecting energy without any solar panels or wind turbines, making physical DNA, manipulating existing DNA, making single-cell organisms, controlling the software and hardware of computers and servers without an internet connection, and manipulating any object in the world. Okay, so that is the abstract from this particular patent on time travel. Okay, so we're going to I'm going to just zoom down where we left off. All of this, they kind of give you a step-by-step synopsis of building this particular quote, time travel time machine. Okay, so we're going to get to where we left off. Blah, 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 blah. D. Okay, Trying to see where we're going to pick back up. Okay. Let's see. Do I want to start there? Nope. I'll keep going. Bear with me. Okay. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Ooh, we did get through a lot. That's pretty good. Okay, almost there. Okay, We did get through a lot. Wow. All right, let me keep scrolling down. Okay, yep. We kind of left off there because now they're talking about the different environments and how the laser system can target the environment, can pull something out of certain environments and put data into a targeted area. So we left off talking about the whole concept of this environment representing different dimensional realms. I talked about the Veda system, which that's how the Vedas described how the universe is made up. That whole concept of world within worlds. So in this particular example, per se, if you're following the Veda philosophy, each one of these circles represents a different world. Okay, this particular square represents a dimension. So this one dimension has a world within worlds. Okay, and I talked about the concept of maybe for the realm that we're in called Earth, because we do know, or supposedly and allegedly, Earth is a lot bigger than what they are telling us, that we're only regulated to what we see today, but there's much more land mass. So could it be in addition to our particular area, either these other ones represent that additional territory, Or could it literally be within our one world, we still have additional landmass that it's shut off from us, but these are literally other worlds. Okay. And then these here would represent different dimensions or multiverses. Okay. And I talked about the concept of resetting. And those of you that are not familiar with the concept of reset, I do highly encourage you to check out the Mud Flood community. And their particular theory is the timelines of the planet are being manipulated by something or some type of force with highly technical advance. And what they're doing is they are deciding when to wipe out civilizations and start them over again. Hence what they're calling reset. So my philosophy was, are they resetting using technology, and specifically laser technology, to wipe things out and just moving people within our particular world from one hidden territory to what we see now, and then vice versa? Or are they resetting and moving people from one of these realms to the other realm? Okay. Or are they, in this example, when they reset, they target across multiple dimensions and choose what they want to reset and pull the particular timeline, objects, data, information, manipulating atoms, and from these other realms, or they create it and dump it where they see fit. Okay. But for the purpose of this particular patent, they are just talking about moving information from one place to another. So essentially, they're saying from a virtual world that is created to the physical world. Okay, so they use what they're calling robots. And as I was thinking about it, of course, the next day after I got off the air, I'm like, oh, wow, maybe these robots that they are talking about are actually the nanoparticles or nanobots that we're hearing so much about. Okay, so let me get to that virtual world just to back up to explain that. I knew I should have. Okay, so hold on. Let me let Sis Sandra back in. Hold on a second, family. Okay. All right, sis, I'm coming. Okay, sis, I don't see where I can. Okay, there you are. It took a while, but you said your computer is acting up. So you should be able to unmute, sis. Let me try again. Okay, try now, sis, to unmute. All right, there you go. You in?
I don't know.
Oh, I hear you.
Google was blocking me from getting on.
Child, I had to reboot before I got on air, right before, like a couple minutes before we were ready to go live. I had to reboot. I mean, you know how it is. You know, oh, peace and love to Brother Christopher. He's in the chat. That's the brother that gave us the powerful information that I was playing earlier in the show, and what we played last week as well. Peace and love, Brother Christopher, and thank you so much for that information.
Yeah.
It was heartfelt. What'd you say, sis?
He had a lot of power. My computer just clicked off.
Okay. He shifted the energy.
Yeah. You know, that's cool. But you know, I was going to comment on what he was saying. because there was a newscaster who was responding to one of the Olympic people who said that they stole this land. And this man said they won this land by war. I said, no, you didn't.
Wow.
No, you didn't. You came over like thieves, killing up women, men, and children. Just killing. And I just finished with Caramel 2 hours. I had 2 videos. And he told how they did it in both those videos. And I think that's why, my phone is hooked up to my computer, and they didn't want me back on to talk about that. Because they, there were last year or something, I told you about this man who said they had 500 years of slavery where they came here and took us to other countries. And I think he got it out of the Hall of Records in Congress Hall of Records or something. And he was reading, he was sitting in his car reading it. And Caramel got the books on it.
So what other countries did they take some of the indigenous Indians to?
They took us to the islands, we know that. They took Spain, France, all over Europe.
Yeah, I think Africa too.
And Africa too. And they came, they took us from here, and then they took us over there and brought us back here and started calling us African Americans and all this other stuff.
Right. Now, of course, not all of us. As a matter of fact, most of us did not go, but yeah.
Ones they caught did. They were just coming over here, just slaughtering us. They started in Haiti. What they call it? I forget what they say. I'm all worked up now. But they were over in Haiti, and they took all those people down. They killed them. The Haitians greeted them really nicely and gave them food.
Yeah, I just did a drop. I don't know why I got a crook in my neck. I'm just a mess tonight. I just did a drop on Haiti because the Haitian president he was assassinated. So I just did a drop today on Haiti, and I went over a lot of that history of Haiti with Spain and then France and and how Black Europeans came over. So yeah, check that out. I didn't intend to make that long, but yes, very true, sis.
Well, for some reason, this stuff is coming out and they don't want it, but they can't stop it.
Exactly. Too bad.
Foundation. Yeah, I know that's right. The Clinton Foundation was in Haiti with that other president they had there.
Yeah, during that
earthquake.
Damn. Yeah, that real bad one.
Yeah, that real bad one.
Yeah, because they took a lot of money out of Haiti, if I'm not mistaken.
They took all the money. We gave them $10 billion, I think it was. People in charity, the fire food, all that kind of stuff to repair Haiti. Haiti didn't get that money.
Exactly.
Clinton Foundation was in charge of that money.
They were. Absolutely. So, yeah, if you get an opportunity, check out that drop. I just put it up earlier today, and I went over just at a high level the history of Haiti. I kind of gave an overview of what's going on today in Haiti and that whole Dominican Republic deal, all of that.
He probably didn't work for the cabal, and they wanted him out because there was 2 African presidents that would not take the bribe to talk about this hoochie coochie. And because they didn't take them, both of them are dead. They just exited out.
Who knows? Haiti, they have always had Haiti an unstable nation.
Yeah.
It's always been like that. So
that one guy they heart attacked him because he wouldn't take the bribe either to make his people take all that hoochie coochie stuff. and to say that stuff was over there and killing them and all that kind of stuff. So there's 2 presidents that didn't do that, and they got rid of both of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. Christopher says, anybody see WandaVision, how it showed the dome, fake firmament over us? Yeah, if you all have not seen WandaVision, it's on Disney Plus. And it's really, really a good drop. It took me, bear with it, y'all. The first little episode, I'm like, come on, what the hell is this about? But keep on with it. Get through the first episode. I think it took 2 episodes to really, really get meaty. But it literally, it's so much in there. Yeah, I really can't explain all that's in there. But yes, absolutely, I did see the dome. That's exactly what Wanda did. She put a dome over there, over that particular world, right? That world that she created, and she had a spell. Did she not have a spell on the people inside of that dome? So it's like she domed it. She created a simulated world, and she reset the people's mind for them to play the characters in that particular world. And the outside forces, the alphabet boys, them, was trying to get in to stop her because at some point she was taking over more territory. But it's really good. They did a good job with that. Absolutely. Twist. Yeah, it took some, about episode 4. I know it took some time, Nisi Abbas, because I was like, I'm not watching this, but everybody kept saying it's good, so I stuck with it. So hang in there. So it's about episode 4, but it's really, really good. But it does show the simulation, how she created it. They did an excellent job with that. And another one to follow, I know I talked about this, is Loki. That's also on Disney Plus. And Loki is literally talking about the resets. Literally, they're talking about across different dimensions, they are being reset on purpose. And you have this gatekeeper agency that oversees everything. And they even got so specific, they got down to the device where they're doing the reset with, and it's shooting out like a plasma energy. So Loki is another one that's putting out some good stuff as well. I'm sorry, sis, go ahead on.
I'm just reading what Brother Christopher posted. That reset to the reptiles.
Yeah, it's good. And the last episode, I didn't see the one for this week because I don't get caught up on stuff, y'all, to the weekend, child. So last week's episode, when they thought they were getting to one of the gatekeepers, so I'm not spoiling anything because I'm an episode behind. When they thought they were getting to the gatekeepers, baby, when that was androids. And I was sitting there like, it's just layer upon layer upon layer upon layer getting to that wizard behind the curtain. So yes, Loki is a good one, but it literally is showing you the concept of worlds between worlds, worlds within worlds, and resetting different worlds. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Is that like Jupiter ascending? All that, they control everything with that paperwork that they got going on and stuff?
It's on a bigger scale than Jupiter ascending, because Jupiter ascending only dealt with, I would say 2 realms, maybe 3 if I'm remembering properly. But this is talking about the whole shebang. So this particular agency, they call it the TVA, the Time Variant Agency or something like that, but it's initial TVA. They literally control all of the timelines. And their sole job is if there is a variant. So meaning if there is something that falls outside of the script, that is considered a variant. And it can mess up their script or their timeline that they've put in place. So they pick up that variant. So that's why when we talk about like, yes, in front of y'all. So say, for example, this is the realm. And as long as you are inside of here, inside of the virtual world, you're cool. But anytime that you, even if you're inside this realm, if you start varying from what the script that they wrote, you start becoming on their radar. And if you jump across realms, you're really a problem. And that's why Loki's behind got picked up. Because number one, he has stole a little time, the tetrahedron cube, which allowed him to time travel. He has stole that in the real world when he was being arrested in the real world. And so that's why the TVA agency had picked his behind up. And so when he got picked up, it was interesting because he was thinking what he was doing in the real world and jumping like in back to I forgot what is Loki world called. I think it's Asgard or something like that. So jumping back between Asgard, Earth, or other dimensions, but still within the same realm, he thought he was big shit. He was really doing something. But when the TVA folks them picked him up, and he was like, well, I did this, and I was in this battle, and I changed this, and I was with the Avengers, and we did that. And they was sitting there like, all of that was planned, blood. And he was like, it was like, yeah, all of that was planned. We didn't pick you up for none of that. We picked you up for crossing across a dimension that you are not supposed to be in, and you showed up as a variant. That's why we picked you up. So that was a huge awakening for him. And anybody that follows that Avengers series, you remember when it was Thanos with the stones, which were really just the chakras. And he was going around the different realms, pulling the stones from folks with that glove. And because he wanted to, what? Reset the realm. Honey, when Loki was locked up, he wound up being in this room. And he saw them Infinity Stones, like a bunch of them, in one of the office workers, one of the administrators' desk. And he like, oh, these are Infinity Stones. Why are they just laying around? And the people was like, oh, those are just paperweights. So none of that stuff really mattered in the grand scheme of things in the TVA. Okay, so yeah, definitely check out Loki. This is just my personal lonely opinion. I really think it's giving you the total picture of what is really going on across dimensions and how these entities or entity is controlling it all, manipulating timelines, resetting to keep a hold of folks' energy and how they're doing it across dimensions. And Brother Christopher said, Loki talks about resets and reptilians. Yep, I would agree. And Engineer says, they asked Loki, how do you plead? Loki said a God does not plead. He should, yeah, honey, you know, Loki sure did say that. He was standing his narrow ass up there, and because they had the cuff thingies on his neck, he sure did say that. I was like, well, I ain't mad at you now, Loki. He sure did. And then Brother Christopher said the timekeepers are reptilians. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Like being in a fishbowl and they watching you swim and struggle. That's what they showed on Sinbad, you know.
That makes sense.
They're looking at you and doing all your stuff, fighting and arguing and killing and dying, and they're just getting entertained by it.
Well, they set the particular script in the reality to keep ciphering energy.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. You have these entities that, number one, they're not creators, and number two, they're parasites. They have to, in order for them to exist, they have to extract energies from others. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Struggling on this planet because the identity has been stolen from us. And there's a lot of anxiety and frustration trying to find out who you are. And then they get a kick out of the fact they already know everybody, who's everybody doing what. And they're getting a kick out of the energy that we're expending to understand each other. Like Brother Christopher said, they're getting a kick out of it. Them calling people brother and somebody else getting mad at you because you do that. And then a newspaper dude or whatever it was, news dude was getting upset because somebody told them that they stole that because they don't know what they did, and this other brother don't know what he did, and that's a lot of energy being expended.
Absolutely, and which is why I get frustrated when folks want to keep looping, which what people do with their energy is their business. But what frustrates me is when folks want others to go to the same loop with the same madness of this group and that group and this group, when you're still not getting to the root of the problem, which is self. If you don't have self whole, if you don't have family whole, how are you sitting in a group? And that's where the confusion keeps going, where majority, 99%, that's why I said it's only going to be the 1%, keep making the shit more difficult than it needs to be.
Right.
You have to start with self. You have to truly know thyself. Not only from a genealogy standpoint, but spiritually as well. You have to be willing to stand on your own. You have to clean up your own shit first. You have to clean up your family shit. So people keep, in essence, although the controllers are using technology and ciphering energy, but folks are letting them do it because their focus is on the wrong shit.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you look outside of self, you're gonna get got. Folks are making this a hell of a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Because when you want to get real, when you want to get down to the crust of some shit, you got to get with self. And that means the ugly as well as the good. That means not brushing over stuff, brushing shit up under the rug. You got to get to the crust of that shit and clean it out. And most folks are not ready. They're not willing to do that type of work, what they call soul searching and soul cleansing.
Right.
That's what you're going to need to get yourself out of this situation. I don't care how many organizations we set up, all of that. That cleansing has to be done. Otherwise, you're just pretending and it's fake. And that's why it never lasts. That's why we can never, as a collective, dig ourselves out of where we need to. Because folks don't want to do the work. They don't want to keep it real with self. And I keep telling y'all, you know, you're not supposed to be on the chessboard. While, you know, you're fucking around on all this other surface, rah-rah good shit. You think it's good shit. It's fake shit. They're after your motherfucking soul.
Right.
They trying to capture your soul as many cycles as they possibly can. When you take total ownership of self, of your soul, you're fucking unstoppable. You become the variant. That's what you're supposed to be focused on. And a lot of people have lost their way so motherfucking deep. I have to put on a motherfucking auntie scarf to talk about basic life shit. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I shouldn't have to have those discussions and argue with motherfuckers. Love your children. Take care of your children. Protect and love each other, your family. That's basic motherfucking shit.
Yeah. But they don't see that.
You are supposed to be at a graduate level. Get your shit together. It starts with self.
Mm-hmm.
And if you able to look yourself in the mirror, you cool. You working on self. You doing the best that you can. You taking care of your loved ones. You got that in check, or you're working on getting it in check. You're reaching out where you can to others. Then you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. But what I'm not finna do, is sit up here and lie, coddle, bullshit anyone. I'm a whole grown ass woman. I should not have to talk about basic motherfucking values. We are supposed to be on graduate level shit. Your soul depends on it. Your bloodline depends on it. If you're taking the time to research, listen to this information, that's what you should be striving for. Not down here talking about, oh, well, this one need to do that. This one need to, motherfucker, stop playing. You know basic values. Get your shit together. Or repeat a cycle. I cannot say it no more clearer than that. You're not going to escape. Either you're going to do the work, you're going to suffer the consequences, your bloodline is going to suffer the consequences, and you're going to be repeating another motherfucking cycle. This is about your soul. Your bloodline. What legacy are you leaving for your bloodline? Get your shit together. All right. So.
You know, I listen to people who care about such trivial things. They care about somebody's hair color, is orange, or your skin tone is orange. They care about some chick who's showing everything that shouldn't be. They care about what sexual orientation they are.
Child.
I said, get real.
Yeah, see. My old ass. I ain't got time for that.
There's too many.
I don't have time for it. Motherfuckers sitting up arguing. I was chilling, minding my business, scrolling mindlessly through Facebook. And this one brother, he's a Moor. And shout out to the Moors that are on they shit. They real with it. They not with all that fuck ass paperwork and fuckery. Cause y'all know some group of Moors, I forget they goddamn name, had a standoff on the motherfucking expressway earlier this.
Wisconsin or something. Yeah. I said, what for?
Just dumb shit. Just dumbed in a motherfucker. I mean, just why? Just why? Grown ass men out there. I'm like, really, bruh?
For real?
Now, if they would have shot your motherfucking ass down dead up in the street because they felt threatened. See, I told you so. But shout out to the Moors that said that's some goofy fuck shit. Why even put yourself in that situation? So this particular brother, he was speaking on that. And he's been dropping different stuff. And it's been a lot of them other pseudo Moors that's been hot at him. And baby, I be like, depending on the time of the day, with either my coffee or my water, like, because he be going in on they motherfucking ass. He be busting them out about that paperwork. And today, he talked about those Moors that was on the expressway with all of that fuck shit. And then he also was talking about, he put the Moors on notice that are going around with this court paperwork trying to get out of child support. I was really like this because I knew they was going to come out swinging. I was like scrolling with my water stuff like, oh shit. And he told him, you're not even following prophet, blah, blah, blah. And it was brothers going in, and that man said, listen, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit y'all talking. I have 6 children. I don't have no child support issues. I do what the fuck I'm supposed to do. And he quoted something, based on their religion or whatever, how they're supposed to take care of their children, yada, yada, yada. And it was brothers literally going back and forth with him. And he's like, I don't give a damn about none of that. You shouldn't be using paperwork to get out of taking care of your children. Number one, you shouldn't even let it get to that point. So, shout out to that brother, much respect. He said, just like with the driver's license situation, he said, I drove without license and registration. I forget for how many years, he said. He said, and then it hit him, you know what? I don't have time to be fucking around with that, because if I have my babies in the car with me, I'm not trying to get pulled over and be arguing and getting locked up and going to court for that shit. I got responsibilities, so it's easier for me to just do XYZ. So, shout out to that brother for putting his family first, for putting things in perspective. That's why I say, people get into these groups and they hide in them.
Right.
And it's a lot of bad apples in these groups hiding, skirting their responsibility with these titles behind their motherfucking name. And they're not even handling their business and responsibility.
They should be caring for their own generation. That child is their generation. That's them.
Exactly. And nobody should have to tell a motherfucker any of that.
No, they shouldn't.
No one should have to tell anyone that. That's basic values. So shout out to that brother. All right. And all of the men that's not with that fuck shit. That's just the bottom line. I don't get into arguments with men that fucking get it. They're men. They know what the fuck they supposed to do. I didn't grow up with that logic. I grew up with motherfucking men. A father and a stepfather. A grandfather. That's this basic value shit. And no, I don't respect people sitting up on they dusty ass in a group and you ain't doing what the fuck you supposed to do. Or waiting to start up a group. Or pointing a finger at what a woman should do. And you're not taking care of your children. I done told you men before, you ain't got a motherfucking thing to say to me if you don't take care of your children. There's no conversation for us to be had. Sorry. Next. Grow up. Or get left behind. Keep being cursed. Keep repeating the cycle. That's your motherfucking choice. But what you not finna do, I'm not gonna coddle you. That I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna sit up here and smooth it over to make people feel good. Motherfucker, if the shoe fits, lace that bitch up and wear it. Shit.
Well, you know, one of the things of, I hate to say it, but if we stay out of our sexual proclivities and our sexual orientation, keep that in the bedroom with one person, hopefully, we wouldn't have a bunch of children running around that don't have fathers to take care of.
Why we have to be the aunties?
I don't know. But
okay, y'all know I naturally wear my scarf every motherfucking week. So I already got the auntie scarf on. Again, that's basic stuff, right? If you're fucking, you're not using protection and you know you're going to have children.
And anything else that happens.
Right. Disease, whatever the fuck case, that's basic. Didn't you learn that shit at 13, 14? I'm not finna sit up here and argue about motherfuckers that then created a life. That's your responsibility. And yes, it's on both parties. I didn't already call the women out. You have to be a hell of a lot more selective, ladies, on who you're choosing to have children with. Because if they have the mindset that they don't feel they have to take care of their children, whatever the motherfucking case, you had no business bringing a soul into the world with a fuck nigga. Why even pollute your womb and set yourself up for a life of hardship and set that child up for a life of hardship? So women, we have to be a lot more selective. We have to have self-esteem about ourselves. And I don't give a fuck if that means, I guess I just won't be dating. You have to set the standard. Women, you set the standard on how these men treat you. I'm going to say that again. Women, sisters, sis. You set the standard on how these men treat you. And if that means you don't get no play, then goddamn it, that's what that means. You're not supposed to be giving yourself away to a fuck nigga. I'm sorry. Now again, this is me with the auntie scarf on. These are basic value things. I don't expect to be having these conversations with people in their 30s, arguing with niggas in their 40s and 50s talking about child support. Fuck niggas. 40s and 50s. They should have never made it to that motherfucking point to even have to worry about no child support. Because they bitch asses should have been cut off. These are basic values. If you can't get that shit together to love yourself, take care of your seed, you're just fooling yourself thinking you finna jump in this group, jump in that group, do this and that. Get your basics down, get it right. Learn to love yourself, take care of yourself, do the soul cleansing and work that you need to do. Yes, I know a lot of it was generational. I enter and understand that. A lot of it was generational. But you got to get your shit together and break that generation curse. And that it is especially if you brought souls into this realm. Get your shit together. But what's not finna happen, we're not making excuses or coddling anyone. It's accountability time. Okay? And I'm going to be real honest. A lot of people not going to make it. Yeah. And that's okay. They're not ready. But again, what you not finna do with me is think I'm finna accept the fuck shit. I'm not signing off, high-fiving to none of it. Get your shit together or get left behind. Purred, as the young folks say. Purred, shit. All right.
I was just thinking about that stitch in time saves 9. And you know, when I was in Moore's in 2016, this was the same subject.
It don't make no motherfucking sense, sis. I'm sorry. This don't make no sense. We learned this at what, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It just kept being drilled into you. If you know you do this, this gonna happen. This. We saw example from family members that went down certain paths. You saw from examples. We should not have to tell adults this. And then a motherfucker want to argue with you because you not signing off on the fuck shit. Nope, sure not. I'll be a feminist. I'll be whatever the fuck you want me to be. Still ain't signing off on it. Nope. Not now, not never, ever, 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 ever.
Yeah. But then we got these leaders that lead these organizations.
Because they fuck niggas themselves.
Yep.
How many of those leaders has it been revealed that them motherfuckers owe back child support? Some of they stinking asses. Oh, I don't have no children. This be me, y'all. Nigga, you how old? Oh, okay. You say you 38, 40, 50 something. I knew a 60 something nigga up there talking about some, oh, no, my life work. I don't have any children. Hit this motherfucker head 9, 10, 11 something motherfucking children, grown and everything, a motherfucking grandpa. Didn't take care of none of them. Slinging dick left and right, slinging 60-year-old dick. Just going into these organizations hiding. And people still sit there. Oh, yeah, that brother really spit. Now you out of your motherfucking mind. This nigga can't tell me shit. Same with Omar Johnson. Let that nigga get a pass. Oh, I'm celibate. I am celibate. Yes, my life's work. slinging dick behind the scenes. I don't give a fuck that you slinging dick, do you? But don't be trying to be slick and lie about the shit. Because you could have left your whole life, how you get down, that could have been totally private. But you fucked yourself trying to be slick, nickel ass slick. Because you wanted to sling dick. So you wanted to put it out there. Oh, I'm single. Oh, my life's work. Knowing that women of a certain vibration, oh man, he's so wise. And you just collecting panties behind the scenes. And then insult to injury, even with that said, because shame on them sisters, if your panties got took, bitch, that's on you. Your panties got took. That's on you. You a grown-ass woman. So I ain't even faulting the brother for that. I'm just saying it's fake as fuck. I know a pimp when I see a pimp. But okay, you collected they panties, that's the fuck on them. But the part that got me, nigga, you got babies? Nigga, you was in court for child support. And people still sitting there, none of that mattered. Donating money. He was tricking off money. Nigga done collected millions.
Bitch.
Now he don't know where the motherfucking money at. And this shit is acceptable to people. And you think I'm finna co-sign the conscious community and any of that bullshit? How y'all let these people sit in these organizations with this fuck shit? No, Not me, not never, not never, not never, ever, ever, ever. Like I said, the conscious community can go fuck themselves. Any man that don't take care of their children, you are a fuck boy. End of story. This shit is simple. All right, so I could, all right, child. I can go on and get off the auntie tip. All right, y'all. Shit. Well, we got to discuss this every goddamn week. All right. Here we go. So, just a recap of what this particular patent is about. So what they're saying is they want to be able to send, first of all, they are saying they want to be able to take from the virtual world, which the virtual world is what they have built. They want to be able to have robotics, come in, and number one, the robots are creating the world. Okay, architecture is designing it, and then the actual team of workers are building it. But what they want to do is take this virtual world, which mirrors some semblance of a real world, and they want to be able to come in and take events, pieces and bits. They even said down to the atom level and bring it back into the real world. And when they do that, they are essentially manipulating or changing the timelines. Now, also, we got into, and shout out to Brother Sean, because he figured it out when they got to the piece where they were talking about the data input. He discovered that the data input that they were talking about was actually, here it is. So what they're saying is this is the human visibility. Okay. And they're getting down to 3 levels with this data transfer from the virtual world into the physical world. So at the human level, the molecule level, and the atom level. Okay. So Brother Sean caught that they're using the data of your 5 senses, which fucked me all the way up. Damn, y'all. Well, we talked about what the 5 senses were last week. So hold on.
Smell, touch.
What are the 5 senses?
Taste.
What you say, sis?
Taste, touch, hearing, sight,
Smell. I have sight, sound,
and smell.
sight, sound, smell, taste, touch.
You know, they've been playing with that for years.
I totally agree.
Because they have so many movies that take you into the drama. And that's all we sit there and watch TV. Well, they sit there and watch TV of imaginary characters all the time. And they've been using that in their experiment to see if it will work on us. And it does. To get
Right.
along. So
Right.
The Tavistock University and all that kind of stuff, they've been doing that forever. The paperclip gang, you know, the news media, they've been playing with everybody to see how much of a pill you'll swallow.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So again, the 5 senses, so the data points that they are taking from the human to the robot pathway to go down to the virtual world and then bring information back, not only to you, but into the realm in general, the physical realm in general, but in this particular case, you, they're getting down to sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. Does that not, those particular data points or senses, does that not make a huge difference on how you experience and what you think is real in the reality? Going to say that again: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. That's pretty fucking powerful and very, very interesting. Do you understand now why they are using the VR, the virtual reality stuff? And when I told you all, when I put those glasses on, that I had to take that shit off because it was so real. Okay. So not only are they hitting you at the visual level, they're talking about getting all the way down to the atomic level and transferring data from you to you back and forth via the virtual world. All right. So we go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I mean, in the end, they can get rid of you as a human person and feed themselves forever.
Well, what they would essentially do is, and we've seen movies where they talked about this, they would just have you in a trance. I'm sorry, y'all. I hope I'm not making y'all dizzy. I know I'm going back and forth. I'm trying to find a good example every time we talk. I'll have to talk through it. What they would basically do is just have you, the physical, almost like a vegetable.
Right.
Like I keep saying, it is your consciousness. Your consciousness derives everything. So your consciousness would be tapped into that virtual world. That's what Elon Musk's whole Neuralink is about. He didn't even try to hide the shit. He told you it is merging consciousness with machine. Shit, it can't get no motherfucking clearer than that.
50,000 people probably don't even know what he's talking about. Oh, don't care what he's talking about. Put it like that.
That's why I say 1%. That's why I say 1%. Okay, so this is where we left off last week. This just shows the different path to the workers or those robots. And I thought about it. I don't know if this is for sure, but I think the robots that they're talking about is at the nanobot level. I think that's how they are doing this. I think it's at the nanobot level. Okay.
Yes.
Because this, make no mistake about it, this is already being done. This was back in 2009 that this was published or they applied for the patent. I'm sure it was even done before that. Matter of fact, they've been doing it for quite some time. We just don't know how many timelines, how many cycles, how many resets that this has been done. Okay. So we talked about this, the current environment. Here's the workers using laser technology, taking stuff from different areas, and then they're going to put it in the targeted area. Okay. So in this particular patent, they're talking about at the atomic level. And remember what they said they can do. They want to do it at the event level, all the way down to atoms, all the way to, they said, changing DNA, creating DNA, and trying to remember off the top of my head, it was something else I know I'm missing. Oh, creating stuff out of thin air. That's what they're saying that they're trying to do. Okay.
The hoochie coochie with nanotechnology, DNA technology.
Exactly. And to be honest, I think this is just Rhonda's lowly opinion, conspiracy theorist, ideology. I think that the hoochie coochie was to not only manipulate the DNA, but also implant the nanobots.
Exactly.
To set up for fucking exactly this.
Bomb to you.
Now, I can't prove that. That's
right.
just my humble opinion. I'm just trying to add 2 and 2 up because they pushing awfully hard. Now, they back on, I don't know about in y'all individual states, but they're back on that whole thing here with getting everybody to take the hoochie coochie and, you know, they still haven't gotten the percentage they want. And I'm like sitting there sipping my water.
Don't go door to door.
I'm like, oh, okay then. Okay. That's just my theory. But I really believe that's what that's about. It's manipulating the DNA. It's with the nanobots to get your body, get your consciousness receptive to this right here. So them nanobots can jump between the virtual world back to you and your senses. And if you follow the ideology of resets, would that not be perfect? If you already manipulated, if you already nanobot out and they laser an environment and hit you with it and totally change that environment timeline and you just activate it to fit right in that motherfucking timeline like ain't shit changed.
I agree.
That's just my theory. Just a theory, just a thought. Okay. Okay, so it's saying, it's saying the real world input is the current environment. The virtual world, design one training session, predict the future of training sessions. Then the real world, the real world tests the training session, modify future strategies for training sessions. I'm just going to go back over this again so people can really understand this. Input from the current environment. So let's say they take an event from the current environment. What can we take? Let's take the hoochie coochie.
Perfect.
Input the whole hoochie coochie event. Put it into the virtual world. Design or create a training session on how you want the hoochie coochie, what you really want it to be about. And then you write in there future training sessions, what you want to happen. And then you put that shit back into the real world and you test what the fuck you done created in the virtual world. And then based on how the test respondents respond to your test, you're writing down the results to modify if you have to change some shit.
That's what they do.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So here we go, Delta. Variant.
Exactly, because hoochie coochie
Didn't do what it was supposed to.
certain right, and then certain part of the population was like, no, bruh, I'm good. As Brother Christopher say, bruh. Nah, bruh, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, that was the test. Fuck. All right. We need to modify. Okay, let's throw money at it. Let's do this at it. Let's do that at it. Let's do this at it. Modify. And then go back to the virtual world and come up with the new plan, put that shit back in the real world. This is why it is important for you to know thyself and be in control and in tune with your consciousness. Because this what the fuck they own. We're talking altering reality, family. Not only altering the physical reality, they done set up and told you altering your motherfucking DNA as well as altering your 5 motherfucking senses. This is some serious shit. That's why it's important for you to get your shit together relatively quick.
So they're going to feed for a lifetime off of your fear.
It ain't even going to be off of fear, to be honest.
I mean, the energy you generate when they do these different changes.
Right. Right. It's basically, to me, they're turning you into a motherfucking robot. To be honest, if you fucking with my DNA, this goddamn net, you fucking with my DNA, you're altering the perception that my consciousness is creating. To me, that's turning me into a motherfucking robot.
Exactly.
Okay? That's why it's important to be on your shit.
I like Mark Dietrich lab rats.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. And we don't know how long they've been doing this. Because,
before 209, because when they tell you what they're doing, it's already been done.
Exactly. I agree. And I think if we want to use the philosophy, I think Dr. Dilbert Blair said this, maybe even Brother Bobby Hemmett. I know Dr. Dilbert Blair said it, where the reincarnation cycle was being shut down because the realm was going to a very high vibration. So if that's the case, where the reincarnation cycle was being shut down, then this would be a perfect alternative to just trap you pretty much in the virtual world so they can keep feeding. But remember, this is all being done through your consciousness on down to your DNA. That's why it is important. It is very, very important that you know thyself and have your shit together. I'm talking about your soul. Okay.
So they want to keep all these people at a low vibration so they can keep them and use them.
Exactly. Exactly. Because obviously, these particular entities can only operate at a lower frequency. And I'm thinking maybe the highest is the 7th dimension, maybe even the 9th. And they're trying to trick people with all of this new age shit talking about some 5th dimension.
Right.
Okay. That still essentially leaves you trapped. Okay. All right. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
A lot of people focusing on the rapture and all that kind of stuff. But when you look at the rapture, that means they're going to destroy you and they're going to utilize the destruction of you. It's not something that's going to be great for you. It's going to be like they're raping you. And so this is maybe what they need to do to get you to go with them, is to nanobot you so you will go as a willing sheep to the slaughter. And you won't care because your mind will be in rapture about the rapture.
And that's true. Because, yeah, that's a program within itself, the rapture.
It is.
You know, the whole new age, going to the 5th dimension, the galactic coming to pick you to fuck up, this, that, and the third, the galactic waiting to release technology. That's a program. All of that shit is programs. That's why it's important to be on your shit. You have to use discernment and get through all of that. And the only way you're going to do that is go within self, be grounded, and start getting the answers yourself. That's why I would always say Bring me something back from the other realm. We're talking about your soul. Okay. So they're just giving another example of how these workers are moving from one place to another using peripheral vision. And Son Scotty did a good job when he talked about the whole out the side of the eye thing, and that's why Asian eyes are like that, etc., etc. Okay, so let me see, because I don't totally understand what they're saying here. Let me see if they explain it a little bit more. Station pathway, yeah, okay, worker 2. Okay, so worker 2 at a certain point sends information to worker 1. I got it. And then worker 1 is down here transferring back information. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So let's see what else they're talking about here. Training situation. A, station pathways. B, clarity tree. And then the relational links. Fabricated situations, clarity tree, robot pathways, or ghost machine encapsulated work. So let's see if they have all that up there. Nope, they don't have it there. Okay. But, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
They have a targeted area, targeted area. So they set a goal, obviously.
Exactly. And remember last week we talked about because they said what they do is before the robot goes out, the robot is encrypted. Remember, they didn't use the word encrypted. I forgot what they said, but I said it meant encrypted because that's what the fuck it meant. A set of instructions that's hidden. It says something like that, something to that effect. Oh, but man. It's encrypted. So in other words, they don't want it to be easily decodable in the realm what that robot is set out to do. Because think how deep this shit is. If they're going in the virtual world, and in the virtual world, they didn't created an event in the motherfucking time that they finna to put back up in the timeline, of course they want to hide what the fuck they doing. They want to encrypt it, encode it. Okay? Which I said that's what you're supposed to be doing with yourself and your consciousness and your subconsciousness.
Oh my goodness, I just thought of something.
Go ahead, sis.
They can give you Jimi Hendrix all over again. For those who like Jimi Hendrix, they can give you whatever makes
absolutely
feel good, and they can do that target over and over and over again to get the response from you that they want.
Absolutely. That's why it is extremely important that people know thyself and you are truly in control of your consciousness and your subconscious. That's exactly what they're saying. They can take any event, let's say Jimi Hendrix, in the virtual world, on the timeline, he didn't even exist.
Right.
And they bring it back into
virtual.
The real, no, remember in the virtual,
oh, okay.
Let's say he didn't exist because what we know right now, he existed. So in the virtual, in the timeline, they carve out the Jimi Hendrix event, put it back in the real world, and he never existed.
Exactly.
This is the same theory of the Mandela effect. Think about it like that. God damn it, bingo. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what the Mandela effect was, y'all. God damn it, shit. They was fabricating, motherfuckers. They were putting that shit in training with the Mandela effect.
And nobody realized it but us.
Well, no, exactly. Only us that was like, no, you a motherfucking lie. It was Bernstein Bears. I don't know, player, I don't know what you talking about. And it's literally people that we know for a fact the shit was this, and the majority like, oh no, it was like that. And you like, no, the fuck, it wasn't, blood. It wasn't like that. How the fuck you gonna tell me? Boom. That's what they ass was doing.
They did it with the dime too.
Sure did. We talked about that dime.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God damn it, I don't remember that. Blah. Yeah, that's what the Mandela effect was. They were changing events. They were small little events. They were training situations.
Right.
And they were putting them back into the real world, testing it to see who noticed it. No, get the fuck out of here. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. Okay, we got to tweak it. Let's go back. That's what the Mandela effect was. Shit. Fuck. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
They're even doing it now when there's an argument about Elvis Presley being dead or alive, or that Shakur, what's his name? Not Shakur.
Yeah, Tupac.
Tupac, that one.
Yeah, you was still right, Shakur. You was still right.
That was his first name, right? So, yeah, they're still trying to make you believe that it's a lie that you're seeing, and they're making your reality for you. They're letting you see the reality that you want to see.
No, that they want you to see.
They want you to see.
Exactly.
But we're falling for it, a lot of us.
Right, but I even think it's deeper. It ain't even really deeper than that with these supposed celebrities. I think that's even a psyops on folks they say that have transitioned, really haven't transitioned, because remember, they are actors.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have proof of that, of course. I don't have not a shred of proof of that. But yeah, they very well, sis, great point. They very well could run that training situation.
Because we invest emotions.
Which we're not supposed to. What the fuck you worried about? What Tupac them, Biggie them, Beyonce them, Jay-Z them. You have people, grown ass people, ready to windmill and fight you over motherfuckers that they ain't never met. But that shit is all by design. Because they're getting you to invest in the reality that they've created so they can keep ciphering your motherfucking energy. That's why it is important for folks to grow up spiritually. I'm talking about your consciousness, your subconsciousness, your soul. Not this bullshit ass shit. We are showing you what they are doing. Okay? Now, just so I don't lose my thought, I'm going to bring it back to you again. As they got their little robots encrypting information, that's what the fuck you supposed to be doing.
Right.
Your consciousness, your subconsciousness, your soul, your spirit, your shit is supposed to be encrypted, ghosted, and hidden. All right. Because if they can't see you, you can't be a variant, right?
Yeah.
If they cannot see you, if they cannot detect you, you cannot be a variant, right?
It's true.
If you are encrypted, they don't know what move you gonna make. But if you sitting up telling all your motherfucking business, then that's on you.
Now, new pre, I think that's how you say that. They're saying that the coochie coochie, you're no longer considered human and can be patented.
Say that again, sis. I was trying to read the chat.
Well, that's what the new pre, new
Yeah,
pre.
okay, that's what I was reading that too. L8, but
Yeah.
also wanted to touch on something as well. 2013 court case, pathology versus Marad. If you're hoochie coochied,
You're no longer considered human and can be patented.
baby, you know, God doggone it. Let me look.
That's cool.
But that shit makes sense though, don't it?
The insurance companies, I understand, won't even cover you.
Okay, let me see. I'm just going to snap that so I can try to find that. That makes sense though. Child.
So, and it's right. The reincarnation is done. So they said that the soul energy, it blocks the soul energy from leaving by creating another electronic field.
Yeah. Now I first heard that from Dr. Blair. But that's one of the reasons too, you have to be controlling your energy.
Right.
Because you're able to, there's nothing that they can put out that you cannot overcome. It's just not. There's nothing that they can put out that you cannot overcome.
So when the body goes, according to what they're saying there, when the body goes, your soul cannot leave. It has to stay within this realm to give them the energy they need.
Right. And Brother Marquedrick says, that's why I keep magnets on me. Yeah, because you know, Dr. Dilbert Blair was on the diodes and the magnets and all of that. And that's, you know, part of the physical, of course. But again, I'm talking about your consciousness, your subconsciousness as well.
Man, you can't even serve your own soul the way they got this stuff for.
Whose soul?
Whoever takes the hoochie coochie and stuff.
Well, that's on them, shit.
And fall for that mess.
Yeah, hold on, y'all. Let me let Brother Sean in. Hold on, fam.
Crazy.
Yeah, but
because the planet's magnetism is changing, it's going up. And so they don't want you to use your magnetic.
Oh, shit. Sorry, sis. God doggone it. Unmute yourself again, sis. I apologize.
It's okay. So they don't want you to get out of this realm when it's time for you to go.
Right, because remember, the realm, Mama Earth, she is, she's rising. And she's going to rise beyond what they'll be able to control.
They're trying to control the room.
So the goal is to take the people's consciousness and probably physical into this virtual reality that they've created so they can continue to cipher energy.
Exactly.
So that's why, again, I'm going to say it's important for your consciousness and subconsciousness. Get your shit together. So I'm going to say this again. You are supposed to be encrypting your consciousness, your subconsciousness, your spirit, and your soul, your energy, your Merkaba. You're supposed to be encrypting it, protecting it, and hiding it. That's what you're supposed to be doing. They cannot attack something they can't see.
You know, they did an experiment with blood once, and they put pig blood in a cup, and they set it in a vat of water,
Uh-huh.
and it could not attract to the universe and leave. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't go to the universe. It stayed in the water, in the center of the water. So the magnet they had attracting meant the universe. And you can't go outside of the universe if you have that pig blood. So this nanoparticle would prevent them from going outside of the universe.
Let me give you your bomb, sis. Exactly. So all of that ascension rising that they're talking about, although they're telling you to the fifth dimension, it'll just keep you trapped in a virtual world.
Exactly.
So now what's really important? Sitting up in some motherfucking group, arguing online, windmilling for some celebrity
or deity.
Or deity, right? Sky Daddy wanting to cuss somebody the fuck out over Sky Daddy. Or making the decision for your soul journey. What's more important? Because if that's not important, keep doing you, boo. I have no issue with that. I have no judgment with that. Go ahead on and enjoy the virtual world.
Do you know on that documentary that her male did? They came here to destroy us and get the wealth of this land, but they also came here to destroy us because we didn't have their sky daddy. So we were fair game. And in the end, one of the ones who survived and escaped them, they caught up with him again. And I can't remember his name now. It was a name we all should remember. But they were burning him at the stake. They were burning him. And the friar tried to, save his soul.
Mm-hmm.
And he started trying to tell him, give him his last rites, that if he accept that Jesus,
Mm-hmm.
then he will go into heaven.
Right. And when he accepted Jesus, we a hot mess, y'all. We didn't rename so much motherfucking shit. Right. So when they accepted Jesus, they entered into another spiritual contract.
Yeah, but he didn't do it.
With that Jesus energy.
And he said, if that Jesus is like you, I'd rather go to hell. I started laughing. I said, go ahead, bro. Because if that's the energy of murder and pillaging and rape that Jesus is giving the people the right to do, you don't need that kind of energy.
Right. But, hopefully what we're getting out of this series also is where that whole concept of Jesus came from, where the concept of religion, worshiping something outside of yourself came from. It came from the same system of galactic colonizers.
Right. And that's exactly what they were.
Because the indigenous people fell when we broke our contract with Mother Earth. That's when the indigenous people failed. And it kept getting worse and worse and worse. We broke that contract. We started breaking natural universal law and kept falling worse, worse, worse from a vibrational standpoint. Physically, the realm all fucked up. I was over the weekend, it's this AMC movie, and I'm gonna have to go back and try to find it because it was really good, child. And I'm wanting to fall in a damn sleep. It was like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And it was about this man. He was on the border of Mexico and Texas, and he had got amnesia. So I want to figure out how he got amnesia. But the movie, the cinematography in the movie was so fucking... Y'all, they were showing the borders of Texas and Mexico. And this movie was made back in the 70s. And family, there's no mistaking. They were showing desert areas. There's no mistaking that the earth was excavated. Mm-hmm. You can see the tree. I'm sitting here looking at this movie like, that's a fucking ancient tree. That's a fucking ancient tree. That's a fucking ancient tree. You can see where something came through, some machinery came through and cut those fucking ancient trees down, and it left the land desolate, i.e., hence deserts. So we kept falling, the indigenous people kept falling, because as we started breaking the agreement with the earth, breaking universal laws, these conquerors were able to come in, use their technology, and start excavating the earth, tapping into the ley lines, controlling the realm.
That's after they crashed Nibiru.
That's after they crashed Nibiru. Absolutely.
Hey, brother Sean.
Wholeness and power, sis.
Yeah, peace and love, brother. Peace and love. Yep.
What it do, y'all? What it do?
We good. You missed the auntie and unc moment.
I caught part of it.
Okay, we had to put our motherfucking scarves back on, but here
I heard
we are.
part of it what was bending Sakunas.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Good to hear your voice. So
Likewise.
that's why we're telling y'all, family, it's important that you get your consciousness and your subconsciousness together, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to get you out of this shit. Because we have colonizers on this planet that have terraformed it. This is not her original beautiful state. I'm willing to bet this ain't even our fucking original beautiful state.
111 degrees, 121 degrees is almost incompatible to life almost.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So the next time, I mean, look at the Grand Canyon. That's a motherfucking quarry. That shit ain't mystical. Oh, it's mystical. The river ran through there millions of years. Bullshit. That is a quarry. They came through and excavated for resources.
They sure did. You can tell it too. And they keep you out of there so you don't know it's there.
Look across any of those deserts. If you're paying attention, look at what they're calling, quote, quote, mountains. And you're going to see that motherfucker is clean across the top. Shit.
Yeah.
That was an ancient tree. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on. So you see what they stank ass are doing. setting up a training situation, putting it into the quote, quote, real world, testing it out, documenting the test, and then bringing the results back, tweaking it. Okay? And I think that the testing ground, what they Stankin Answers was using as a testing ground is what we're calling, shit, my old ass and forget, Mandela effect. And that Calander, what's that motherfucking big machine they got underground smashing the atoms? What they call that? CERN. Thank you. CERN.
Lighter.
Yeah. I believe that's the technology. But I think that's old, to be honest.
And then they,
I think they done scaled it down. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. What you say?
dances to their God when they open that up.
Yeah, what's the God they dance to?
Satan.
No, Cali.
Oh, Cali? No, there was another one.
They even got the Cali statue sits in front of that bitch. The Destroyer.
Okay. They were talking about satanic stuff. So they usually.
What they were talking about doing was destroying the God particle. They were trying to undo creation.
That's what they're doing, yeah.
Right. But don't this make sense? Come on now. Don't this motherfucking make sense? If they can get down to the atom level and bring it back and change it, wouldn't that be able to destroy some shit?
Yeah.
Reset it?
If they put a nanochip in you, they're changing the God particle, yeah.
Right, because they're taking that God particle, which is the organic and the natural. Sorry, yeah, I didn't turn this back on. Oh no, y'all should be able to see it. They're taking the organic, the natural, and turning it into inorganic or virtual. So that is in essence destroying the God particle. That's why I keep telling you it is important for you to know thyself and be in control of your consciousness, your subconsciousness, which is your soul, your spirit, your Merkaba, your energy. It's fucking important that you be in control of those things. Because they're out to destroy the God particle, you.
And your DNA is the God particle. And that's what I heard a doctor say that.
Yeah, well, all of it is really your God particle, but yes. Absolutely. Okay, so let's see. What are they talking about here?
They'll pay you for it. They'll pay you $1,300 for it, and they may even go up to $2,000 for it.
I know they didn't dropped it down to. What you say, Brother Sean?
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, okay, I don't know who that is in the background. Then okay, all right. So, this particular figure is talking about, oh, child. This graph is just showing you the same thing, taking a training situation, bringing it into reality, testing and bringing it back. And so this is just telling you, baby, they ain't come to motherfucking play. You understand me? This is just telling you that they can prioritize which pieces of this training situation they want to put into the reality. That's all this is saying.
You notice they say fabricated situation.
Yeah, of course it's fabricated, because if it's coming from over here, ain't that shit fake and made up?
They made it up.
Right, it's not organic.
It's like this hoochie coochie. They took something natural and changed it, enhanced it to make it.
I'm finna sip water to the motherfucking side with the side eye.
they enhanced it to change you forever.
Right. And I'm sure that had to bump it up to high priority at some point.
Yeah, I put it in the pandemic mode.
Right. Although
That's
it,
if the,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
that's if the numbers that they're giving are accurate. They're too desperate to
They
have
really
had
are.
as many people as they're claiming to have.
I agree.
It's over.
Over.
Yeah.
Why keep giving energy to that BS? Because that's all it is. They want you to enter into a new contract one way or the other. If you still living in fear, you accepted that contract of fear
Exactly.
because you still think that they have power or authority over you.
Over you.
Once you give them that, that means you consent to that frequency of fear and everything that goes along with it.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, long as people keep volunteering to be in the system, why complain? You're doing it of your own free will.
True that. True that.
You choose to be scared. People talk all this shit about fighting and this, that, or the other, but you won't stand up for nothing.
Child.
You talk about fighting, but as soon as the man raised his hand up, you get in a fetal position.
Well, the militia boys didn't. They went out there. I don't know why, but they went out there to show
Well,
forth.
everybody want to go to heaven, but it seemed like ain't nobody ready to die. I mean, everybody talk about what the ancestors did and how the ancestors fought and died for this, that, or the other. All they did was protest.
Yeah.
So why do you keep talking about what the ancestors did if you ain't even doing that much?
Child.
Only reason they lost is because it was dirty motherfuckers amongst us.
Exactly.
We didn't watch out for what was happening in our own homes.
And which is
in our
still
own
not
community.
happening. Exactly.
So history is repeating itself time and time again.
I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead.
No matter how much we study history, nobody seems to get the message of it. Everybody just wants to be emotionally attached to it. If you're going to tap off into those energies, don't tap off into the failing aspect or the weak aspects of it. If you're going to tap off into something, tap off into that warrior spirit, that warrior energy. We at war. The only thing you should be tapping into is that warrior spirit. It's your soul that's on the line. That's what you're fighting with, actually. Your soul. And it's manifesting itself through your body. And if you're not prepared for the battle, spiritually or physically, no wonder why you keep getting in the fetal position. You helpless, voluntarily. You fearful. You scared of pain. But if you're that afraid of pain, Why do you keep living in fear? Don't that hurt? Ain't that painful? Why keep accepting that? The choice is yours. You've been in control the whole time. The whole time, because everything has been by your consent. They are the minority in every way, shape, and form. Period. You just choose to believe what they tell you because you've been labeled as the minority. And you accept that label as the minority. They're not from here. How could they be the majority here and they're not from here? Where do you go visit in another country and they are the minority? Everybody else's shit is respected but ours. Even though these very aliens that some of y'all waiting to come save y'all admit who we are. They acknowledge it all the time. They tell you that they put beings down here in human form thousands of years ago to have that human experience and to help the indigenous beings. Help us from who?
Right.
And from what?
Exactly.
They the ones down here pretending to be human. And if they done this for thousands of years, don't you think they came down here melanated at first? I mean, even the pale skins admit that it was all melanated.
Yep.
So, I mean, bring a whole new perspective to the skin folk, kin folk thing, don't it?
I'm trying to tell you.
And the awakening that they're talking about their star seeds and light beings. They're spoken of in a whole different category than indigenous people. Remember, they keep telling you that they were sent down here to allegedly help out. And they fell asleep and forgot who they were. They got so caught up in being down here, they forgot what the fuck they were supposed to be here for. That's like Goku in Dragon Ball Z. He was originally supposed to come destroy the place. He got down here, lost his memory, got to love in the place, fell in love with him, an indigenous woman,
Right.
having babies.
Drinking, smoking, partying.
Exactly.
Right, clubbing. Yeah.
They keep telling you the story over and over again.
Yep.
And y'all want to be star seeds and light workers and all this other stuff. So when you claim that, you're saying you're not indigenous. You waiting for them to come pick you up. I mean, if that's what you are,
Right.
I had no problem with them coming to pick you up.
Joe don't.
My thing is, you ain't figured out a way to get them to hurry up.
Right.
Because, I mean, they keep talking about it. Oh, we starseeds. Oh, we light workers. Oh, they're coming. They're coming. You ain't got a phone number or nothing yet.
Not a phone number.
Some email. I mean, tell these motherfuckers you ready to go home.
Right.
Get your Wizard of Oz on and click your ruby slippers 3 times. There's no place like home.
And get the fuck on.
Right. I'm ready to create some super special shit. And you motherfuckers still in the way. Trying to hold up progress, talking about you waiting for everybody to fuck to wake up.
Right.
Everybody ain't gonna wake up at the same time. Quit waiting on their goddamn body. It's time to get the fuck on.
Right.
Because, I mean, they some of the main ones talking about that everything's supposed to be returned to the indigenous people. They was just here to help out to get rid of the dark ones.
Right.
According to them, the battle has been won.
Right.
All these people allegedly and supposedly dead, and all this, that, or the other. This big fleet is sitting up in the goddamn sky, this, that, or the other. Just get the beam and motherfuckers up and shit. I mean, we don't care. Half the people ain't gonna see it anyway. They're not
That's
looking
so
up.
true.
They're looking at their phones. So just get the beam and motherfuckers up. I'm not gonna say shit.
Oh gosh. Shit, you done got me a cramp in my side. Let me turn this camera off and smooth out this cramp. I'm laughing so hard. Shit.
Ain't they been taking people for hundreds of thousands of years? Ain't they been taking people?
That's what they say.
So, I mean, what's wrong with speeding up the process and taking the ones that actually belong to you?
Right.
You won't have no hassles then. I mean, long as you taking indigenous people, there's a problem with that, especially if they don't want to go. But if they want to go party with y'all, take them.
I say that too.
They waiting too. Don't y'all say y'all hear everybody thoughts and prayers. So y'all know who the fuck want to go already.
Sure do.
So, I mean, it's nothing to worry about. The rest of us ain't gonna care.
Sure ain't.
You don't have to worry about us being in tears and all this other shit and wanting to commit suicide and all this. You don't have to worry about that. This whole lovely vision that y'all keep telling us about, we will have it at that moment.
Exactly.
So if y'all really listening and y'all here to help us, bam, there you go. We just gave you everything you needed for everybody to be happy.
Exactly.
I digress.
Get the fuck on. Don't forget your raglass genetically modified organisms in animals too. Get that shit up out of here. Take that shit with you too. All right, y'all. So let's go to the next one. That was funny as fuck, though. They ain't gonna see it no way. They too busy looking at their phones and booty, which is so true. All right, so the next one, God damn it, we can't make that up. Don't we talk to y'all all the time about the loop? So they're saying the virtual world, take a station pathway and create incremental fabricated situations. So don't incremental mean deek, 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 until they get it exactly how they want it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So taking stuff from the virtual world, bringing it over to the real world, test one training session. And remember, they said they documented And then they bring it back with the results, tweak whatever they need to tweak, add some more to that second set of tests, do it again. They keep doing it until they get it to where they want it.
Sound like a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because they draw out each individual scene on a drawing board first. Then they had the actors, the characters sit up and go over their lines, this, that, or the other. Then act out the scenes in front of a green screen.
Yep.
And then they tweak it by adding the background, the explosions, etc., till they have the finished product that they want.
Yep.
And they take it from the virtual world and bring it into reality, because the people then put all their energy and everything off into these characters that they
Exactly.
created. Worship them, idolize them, everything, want to be them, emulate them, everything. That's bringing something from the virtual world into reality.
Exactly. Napuri, yeah, we talked about Loki earlier, that Loki TV series on Disney Plus. I said that's it. This is exactly what they're showing you in Loki. Yep, we sure did talk about that. Now I'm behind on the episode. I can't wait to see it this weekend and see what the new one is about. All right. So, and so this is the increment, just like I said. Tink, 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 little by little. First training scenario with a little bit, put it in the fabricated world, because remember, this is the virtual world, and they test a little bit of it in the real world. They document it, and then they come back, modify, and then they do an increment 2, and they may or may not include some of the documented results from the first increment. And they keep doing it in stages. That's why it would make sense when I forgot which YouTuber said that when resets and stuff are happening, that it's done in stages.
Mm-hmm.
And which would also make sense as the precession of equinox happens in stages. It's not like all at once. All right. Okay, so training situation plus fabricated situations. Child, y'all see this motherfucking shit? Training. So the training situation plus a fabricated situation. Instructions to what? Atom manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
So automatic training sessions to instructions to atom manipulator. So what I'm assuming they're saying, after they've got the training situation to what they want it to be, they can put this bitch on automatic.
Mm-hmm. Sound like what they Sky Daddy and them was doing.
Exactly. So again, they're saying training situations, station pathways, clarity, tree, pattern links. Yeah, we know that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's nothing new. Okay, yeah, so same thing. This is the virtual world. This is the real world. And they're basically doing stuff in increments. But the bottom line is their goal is to manipulate or change the reality at the what level? At the atom level. That's deep. All right. What? Wait a minute. God damn it. They say what now? Virtual world. Take a station, pathway, and create incremental fabricated situations.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speechless that they gave a time frame. I'm like, so they're saying, according to this patent, and I'm sure they've improved on this particular time frame, in the virtual world, it takes them 3 years. Now, this was what they printed in this patent. But bear with me because I'm going to tell you what the automatic, how you get to the automatic. So it takes them 3 years to create a test event or a simulation event that they want to bring over into the real world. Test one training session, do this incremental. But y'all see this shit in the real world? Baby, this makes you want to drink, smoke, all of that.
Because ain't that how them false flag events happen? I mean, they even advertise about it as far as for needing crisis actors.
They do. But just the fact that they're telling you that it takes a millisecond in the real world, takes them three years to build a test plan. But when that shit hits the real world, a test takes a millisecond. And they can loop that shit back around, revise, send another increment. So automatic, family, is really what their goal is. So scratch out this 3 years, make that shit auto. And automatic would be a perfect loop. And this would be millisecond over here, millisecond over there. They're changing the reality. They're giving updates within milliseconds.
Because if you think about it, though, it's probably the reason we have all the leaks about stuff that we do, so people start putting the energy into it in the virtual world. And when they finally do it, it has enough energy to almost instantaneously manifest.
Yep. Damn, let me bomb that. Where the hell is it? Yep.
Because they've been controlling both sides. I mean,
They've been controlling both sides.
Because don't nothing get out that they don't want out. When they
Exactly.
Accidentally.
Exactly.
So ain't nobody just now discovered nothing. Ooh, look what I found, this, that, and the other. They put it there to be found.
Exactly. That's why I be saying the shit is disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
And why you have to use discernment.
And common sense about certain things.
And that's true.
If they admit that this shit is fraud, why would you file more paperwork? If it's fraud to begin with, then there's nobody to actually do any paperwork with. If they're telling you they're the ones that came and implemented this whole system, this paperwork, this wordplay, this, that, and the other, and now they telling you it's all bullshit, it was used to entrap you, this, that, and the other, then why would you still think it's lawful?
Right. And
I
so,
mean, you're being.
I'm sorry, go ahead,
Go
Brother
ahead.
Sean. No, I was
No, I'm
looking
good.
at Empress High. Can you explain the Quantum Leap show? Was he accessing stored records of persons who live lives like in the Newman movie? Child.
Yeah, good.
I was
Yeah,
little.
because
We
if
was
you
little
think
when that
about it,
came out. What you think? Shit, I'm trying to remember Quantum Leap.
yeah, because he was coming into the bodies of different characters. Because sometimes he was a man, a woman, a child, this, that, or the other. So, yeah, he was intersecting into other people's timelines.
Okay. And I couldn't see, I didn't remember that he was taking over other people's bodies. I thought he was jumping into dimensions and helping with situations. But okay, so there you have it. Yeah, and I definitely don't remember the Newman movie, so I can't even correlate that. Damn. Okay. So let's keep going. Okay, so they're giving you 4 training sessions. So you can look at these 4 training sessions as the increments that they were talking about. And you see where the W numbers, those represents the workers or the robots. Okay. So they're just showing you how they take these different training scenarios in increments, and the robots are just transferring the information from the virtual world through that clarity tree, because that's just the path to get back to the real world. Okay. All right. So training 1. Yep. We talked about this. Atom manipulator. Isn't that what CERN is about, or am I lying upon CERN? Wasn't CERN smashing particles and all of that?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't want to lie up upon it. So the atom particle, this is the training 1. The original area, and then where they want to target out of this original area. Training 2. Original area, and then they have the atom particle, atom manipulator. Yep, atom manipulator to manipulate the targeted area. So training situation 1, station pathway, big robot pathway controlling a tiny robot using a video game. In Loki, I remember I'm 1 episode behind. I didn't see this week's yet. So last week's episode of Loki, when Loki and old girl, I forget old girl's name, she was the one of the variants that was jumping into different dimensions, and she was able to hide because she was jumping in reset worlds right before they reset the worlds, and then she would jump. Now, interestingly enough, she remembered how they reset her world. And in the last little episode, which was last week's, she was even telling the TVA workers the whole time, Variance Authority, that's responsible for monitoring the different realms and detecting any variant and picking their motherfucking asses up and arresting them. And also that agency was in charge of resetting different worlds or realms. She was able to tell at least one of the guards, two of them, one of the guards, a melanated woman, and the other dude who was like a little higher level, who had first arrested Loki. She was able to put them up on game and say, you all do realize that you did not grow up in this TVA realm. This is not your home. Your original indigenous home was reset. You was pulled from that. You was put here, and your mind was, quote, quote, wiped clean. Okay? That's what they left off at Loki. And so then the motherfucking fight broke out where Loki and the other broad that was telling these workers, you know, they destroyed your home too. So they all start breaking out in this fight at the TVA location. And they were in the room with the quote, quote, powers that be fighting. And the powers that be, Brother Christopher is right. They look reptilian to me. They sitting up there watching them fight. So Loki and the other chick had pretty much beat everybody up. And so Loki had went and he cut off the head of one of the powers that be. They looked reptilian to me. Why that motherfucker was a robot? So this is exactly what this reminds me of. Big robot pathway controlling a tiny robot using a video game. Fabricated situation, robot pathway. We're going to keep going. Fabricated situation, Captain Robot uses D2, D3. Okay, this is the clarity tree. Remember, these have represented the different senses as well. And all the way down to the, what was it? Your visual level, it was molecular level down to atom level. Okay, so Captain Robot, this is the fabricated situation, uses D2 and D3. God damn, y'all. You get it? So this is the one controlling these worker robots down here. God damn. What? Child, we can't make this shit up. Button, finger, air pressure, hand. So I'll have to, I don't know if they're saying this is a device. That's what it seems like you slip your hand in there. I don't know. And you push a button like a remote control. So they're showing desktop computer. Cut out part of that. Take out the CPU. That's the processor. This is the atom manipulator. Okay. All right. Whatever. All right. We know what nanobots are now. We should be well aware of what a nanobot is by now. Okay, I'm sure back in 2009, I know I wasn't aware what a nanobot was. But now you should understand the user interface, because this ain't nothing but a computer chip. Is showing you the circuits, the little wings and all of that, how it moves around. Get the hell out of here. Now remember, supposedly and allegedly, the Hoochie Coochie has nanobots in it. I'm just saying. That's just my lowly opinion. That's what they're going to use it for. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, but if you look, a lot of their research has been into that. And they're also trying to associate it with healing. Now, people that are talking about this med bed technology and hoping that it's going to save them, that involves nanobots.
That's a great point, Brother Sean.
How do you think that the bed is going to be able to give those readings? They got all type of journals and alleged and supposed cures that involve nanotechnology. Period.
That's an excellent point.
It's part of that upgrade. That's why they keep telling you about it rewriting the RNA.
Damn.
And the Galactic Federation, and then they keep telling you that they're bombarding us with the energy, this, that, or the other. They're trying to accelerate our frequency because we're quote unquote not ascending quick enough for them.
Right. That's the narrative they're giving.
Right. If y'all know all this shit and y'all immortals and can live for thousands upon thousands of fucking years and all this shit, wait. We do shit when we fucking ready.
Exactly.
That's what being a quote unquote God or goddess means. You do what the fuck you want to do when the fuck you want to do it.
And how the fuck you wants to do it.
Exactly. And they want us to do shit their way.
Mm-hmm.
They want us to continue to make mama more hospitable
for
to them.
Exactly.
And
boom.
She ain't on that shit.
No, she not having it.
So, I mean, what they're trying to use us for is to keep her frequency from rising. But as they see and as y'all should realize, she getting rid of all dead weight.
Surely is.
She don't care if you one of hers.
Sure
as far
don't.
as she concerned, you ain't one of hers if you ain't doing what the fuck you supposed to do.
Exactly. Get the hell on. Right.
That's a matter of choice, but you know.
Sister Divinity brings up an excellent point. She says, something about what, yeah, sounds a bit like Westworld. That's exactly what Westworld was about. Mm-hmm. Westworld, y'all, I just started watching that last year. And it clicked to me. I said, that's how the motherfuckers been resetting. Yeah, that's exactly, because ain't Westworld about the motherfucking chip that they put up in the robots, and the some of the robots are like fragments remembering what was going on. Yeah, this is Westworld shit. Absolutely. This is exactly what this is. Okay? So yeah, y'all should understand what nanobots are. You know, they got the computer software program. So this user interface will be equivalent to Windows 10 NEM. And then this is the actual physical computer board here. This is the motherboard right here. And then you have the atoms. These are the atom manipulators. I would say these are like software programs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's your nanobot. It's a little flying computer, basically. So now, can you all understand when up in the abstract of this patent, when they talked about being able to control and use computers without the internet, do you understand how the fuck they can do it? With a nanobot. So my point was proven because I said, because again, I don't read ahead of this. I said to myself, they gotta be transferring this data via nanobots. And they just proved it right here. That's how they're doing it. Okay. So they're just showing you here. This is the training situation plus fabricated situation. And then essentially that fabricated situation becomes the new method. Okay. Okay, so remember these all represent your the individual's visual perception. This is at the molecule level. This is at the atom level. And then these are the workers or the nanobots gathering all of this information, going to the virtual world, collecting the test scenarios, bringing it back into the visual level, and it goes all the way down to the molecule level. Okay. But remember, there is a captain controlling these nanobots. Okay. So here they're showing you the different nanobots with their set of instructions doing their thing. Okay. All right. So now they bringing in the ghost machine, the big ghost machine, child. Whew. They hitting heavy in this. Damn. Okay, so this just once again proves, like I said, that the D4 are the nanobots. Okay, so let's see where they're going with the big ghost machine. Okay. Child, shut the front door. God damn. Baby. So you got the super captain that's really controlling the captain. Actually, they got 3 captains. And one of the captains are responsible for, in this particular scenario, controlling 4 nanobots. Damn. Using a small ghost machine.
Wasn't it a movie called Ghost in the Machine?
It sure was. Sure was. And it was about the merging, if I'm not, correct me if I'm off base, but wasn't it about merging human with machine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, was it like cartoonish?
And they wound up doing a movie.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why I thought the movie was cartoonish. But okay. Yeah. Because I saw the movie. Yeah. It's called Ghost in the Machine. Okay. Ooh, damn, Brother Sean. What does that say? Cure. Oh, okay. Cure lung cancer for 3 patients.
Wow.
Didn't you just talk about medical technology?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to keep going. Simulated model, brain model, 4 different types of data. We talked about this. 5 senses, objects, activated element objects, hidden objects, and pattern objects. Okay, so now what they're about to explain to you, y'all, this is Neuralink right here. What Elon Musk is quote, quote, testing or implementing, this is Neuralink. This is Neuralink's model. This is the brain using the 5 senses, activated element, hidden object, and pattern objects. This is the software data, hidden data types, and work done by intelligent robots. Remember early up in here when they were talking about that the robots would have information and that information will be hidden? And I said that means encrypted.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what they're talking. Can't get no more motherfucking clearer than this. This is the brain. This is the software with hidden instructions that's going to be done by the robots, the nanobots, i.e. the eeny beeny tiny computers, hardware data, physical action or objects. Physical action or objects recorded in a universal 3D environment called 3D animation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what they're telling you? Let's go back to the clarity tree. Right? Remember this structure. Human visibility at the molecule level, at the atom level. And it's just transferring information from the human level to the nanobots pathway. And then here is the virtual character taking information to and from at the atom level. At the atom level, from virtual to physical reality. These are nanobots doing this. Now remember, the nanobots are being controlled by a captain. And remember, the captain is being controlled by a super captain. And you better believe that super captain reports up to something else. And then ultimately you get to the controllers. All right. Child, I can't believe they putting all of this in here.
Mm-hmm.
Physical body and actions. Can't get no more clearer than this, y'all. That's this pathway, the physical body. 5 senses and thoughts, 4 different data types. Okay? So this is your perception, right? Your perception of the physical reality. So this is your physical body and your actions with in the physical body, or what the physical body interacts with. These are the senses, okay? Because based on your senses, that's how you perceive reality. And then these are the brain organs and functions. Now, I don't know about y'all. Don't that make up a complete mind, body, spirit, soul, energy?
Yep.
That makes up the total shebang. And why it is important for you to be concentrated on self. Okay, so they're just showing here how from the physical body to the 5 senses, see how information can jump back and forth from these different nodes. They call these nodes. Okay, that's what they're showing you here. They're showing here from the 5 senses to the brain and organ functions. It can jump back to here, jump back and forth there. And pattern objects, they're doing the same thing from here to here, from here to here, to here to here. So in essence, if you are plugged into their program via their nanobots, they can change your entire existence. They can alter your entire existence. Is that not changing or destroying the God particle?
Mm-hmm.
Is that not changing and altering and even creating down to the DNA, RNA level?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says, had anybody noticed, Empress High says, had anybody noticed almost all their great inventors was on LSD type drug that took them out of this world's realm? Yeah, of course they were testing, of course, what particular areas that LSD was going to open up the brain function and how it intertwined with the senses and the impact of the physical body. But yeah, absolutely. Sis Cheryl says, Netflix new movie Extinction, AI and Human both roam the earth. Yeah. And Sis Sandra says she got kicked off, y'all. Her equipment is messed up. AI equals entity equals reptiles. All right, so let us continue. Okay, so we're saying they're saying from the cell, they're just showing the progression, or what makes up a quote, quote, human being. From a cell to a baby to a teen to an adult to an old adult. Same with the puppy. Yeah. And then an ant. Okay, so where they going with that? All right, we good with that. Self-organization of different organizations in 3D. Organizational traits, brain model, software data, hardware data. Okay, so human being 1, human 2, human being 2, human being 3. I'm assuming that these are the atom manipulators, but we'll see what they say in the next slide. So they got the dog, the cat, the bug, and the ant. Okay. Let's see what they say in the next one. Now notice how they're just looking at humans just as an organism.
Mm-hmm.
Just as a regular organism. Something to be used, manipulated, changed. All right. So clarity, get the fuck out of here. Satellite visibility. Looking into the human visibility. Do you all understand why I was saying you are supposed to encrypt, protect, ghost? Satellite visibility, human visibility, molecule visibility, atom visibility. Win, lose, gain. Quite gain? Did they mean quit gain? Okay, whatever. So here's the different pathways. How many times have we told you, get off the motherfucking chessboard? How many times have we told you to get off the motherfucking chessboard? How many times have I said you're not supposed to be the knight, the rook, the pawn, the bishop, the king, the queen? How many times have I said get off the fucking chessboard? Win game, lose game, quit game. I'm assuming that's quit game. I'm assuming that is a typo. So if you've been going to the loser path and you like, fuck that, I'm tired of being on this loser path, I want to be on the winner path, aren't you still playing the game?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what they say. Exactly what I just said. These motherfuckers didn't come to play. They're basically showing you this is the game. Cut, copy, and paste future pathways. This is why I've been telling y'all for years, you're not supposed to be on the chessboard. Because if you still saying, okay, fuck this, I done lost this game, so I done went from here to here, now I'm up here, fuck that, I gotta win. It's okay, we'll put your ass, your monk ass over here. You still in the game. We'll just swap some people out. Now some other ones will be the losers. You'll be the winners. Still don't know what they mean over here. Hopefully they'll clarify it. But they're manipulating the game. They're cutting, copying, pasting future pathways.
Cheat codes
Key
for the
codes.
gamers. Cheat codes. So for people that are into gaming, they know what them cheat codes are. It's ways to get around stuff where you don't have to sit up and do this, that, or the other. You can advance to certain spots in the game or get unlimited ammunition. All type of stuff can be done with the cheat code.
But you're
I'm
still
not
in the game though, right?
right. I'm just saying that's all they doing.
Yeah. No, I know
So,
exactly
I'm
what
talking
you're
about with the
saying.
copy and paste.
Uh-huh. That's the cheat codes, the cut, copy, and paste, right?
Hmm. For future events.
Exactly.
In case they get in the rut, then they can go ahead and just copy it
Exactly.
and put it down.
Exactly. So they're showing you in E1, they just moved it from here up here and moved E2 because it's still the game, remember. This still the game. They move E2 from here up to here, E3 up from here to here, and then this is the new quote quote reality. Still a game though.
Mm-hmm.
Ciao. And don't this also look like, I think you pointed this out. I can't remember if this was you, sons.
The Kabbalah.
Yep, the Kabbalah. Yep. Only difference is the Kabbalah has associated numbers, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Ciao. Okay, so in this particular one, they're saying, good, child, we cannot make this here go the numbers. Boom! Kabbalah.
Mm-hmm.
Good, bad, bad, good, good, good. Still all a motherfucking game.
Mm-hmm.
But the source of the future events is being doled out. But this is still a game. So even people that, I've mastered Kabbalah, all they're doing is, like Brother Sean said, and thank you because you done learned me something new tonight, using the cheat codes, as the gamers say. So if I think I'm getting ready to jump over to the bad, fuck that, I don't want to be on the bad. Let me use this cheat code or one of these numbers to get back on one of the good gaining paths.
Exactly.
All right. Whew. All right, I'm not going to read through all of that, but I think this is some meat to it. Let me just scroll down and see. Okay, so background of the invention. Field of the invention. This invention relates generally to the field of time travel. Moreover, it pertains specifically to technologies that manipulate objects in our current environment. Description of related art. Is time travel possible? Einstein stated that time travel is possible if an object can travel faster than the speed of light. He also discovered that no object in the universe can travel faster than the speed of light, which disproves travel theory. He is right in that different space has slightly different time, but for the most part, time travel into the past or future is impossible. Okay. And we know that's not right because in the Alphabet Boys study, they told us that time is not linear. Past, present, and future all exist at once. All right, but we'll move on. Other theories related to time travel will include using wormholes, using black holes, warping time, spinning the earth backwards, and using cosmic strings. These are theories that have been passed down from generation to generation. They don't work well because these theories are difficult or impossible to implement in the real world. Now, that's interesting. Summary of the invention. All inventions below are encapsulated, which means they are built on top of each other. The present invention, called the practical time machine, need all 9 inventions in order to... Child. Let me drink my water.
Mm-hmm.
To re-wet my beak. The present invention, called the practical time machine, need all 9 inventions in order to build. 1. Universal artificial intelligence. 2. Human-level artificial intelligence. 3. AI robots thousands of times smarter than humans. Exponential human artificial intelligence. 4. 5. The time machine. 6. Signal-less internet and signal-less telephone systems. Which would make sense if they're using the nanobots.
Mm-hmm.
7. Dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots. 8. The atom manipulator. 9. Ghost machines.
I wonder what's the universal artificial intelligence.
I'm thinking that it could either be one or two things. If we go back to the visual of the box, that's the universe. And you break that box up into sections. And within each section, you have worlds within worlds within worlds. That's one realm. Second realm, worlds within worlds within worlds. And you do that 9 times. But that one box is the universe. So going back to what I had drew, that's the Veda concept of how they said the earth is made up. All right. So I'm going to put this up here again, but I ain't finna be manipulating with this camera again, y'all, because I'm getting tired. So I do the best I can. When I drew this last week, and I was showing you all the universe and the world within the worlds within the world. And each particular line item represents different realms. And within those realms are the tiny worlds. So the circles represents different worlds within that one particular realm. But all of these different realms across here, the entire box represents the universe. That's just one universe, because I believe there are multiverses.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that's what they're talking about when they talk about universal artificial intelligence. So they are going to manipulate across all of the 9 realms. So let's say within our particular universe, we have 9 realms. We don't even know how many worlds are within each one of those particular realms. The universal artificial intelligence sits above that entire realm, that entire universe, rather. So across all 9 realms. That's some powerful shit.
Hmm. But they tell us that there are 11 dimensional beings and higher. I've even heard it said that there are 12 dimensions. It's just maybe at that time they were just aware of 9.
Right. Right. Because hell, it could be 13.
Exactly. Or even more.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
we're not limited. I mean, if we're the creators, why would we just give ourselves a certain number?
Exactly. Why would it not be unlimited?
You know, basically what we've been talking about is going over as far as these other dimensions has to do with the beings of those dimensions and everybody wanting to cut a goddamn deal with us.
Exactly.
If these motherfuckers so smart and this, that, or the other, and this God particle, as they call it, exists all throughout the universe, or multiverses, why are they here trying to destroy us? Why can't they
Exactly.
do it some goddamn place else?
Right.
Everything they need to do is here for some reason.
I agree.
They keep talking about all these other places, this, that, or the other. But if anybody's paying attention, they talking about mama going to these places too. But of course, they want you to come over to their place while they still chill on mama.
Exactly.
As they say, they got all the free housing, free food, everything you'll need. You'll never go hungry. You don't have to worry
Right.
about anything.
Right.
Why can't we have that back where we supposed to have it here?
Exactly.
Why we got to go to your planet and your dimension and get at your frequency and have our DNA changed instead of the other to be in your environment?
Exactly.
They ain't talking about letting us come terraform their place and make it more hospitable for us. We have to terraform ourselves in order
Bingo.
to be in their environment.
Bingo.
And those are the deals that people are cutting, sitting up meditating for, holding group seances and everything for.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I digress.
Yep. And that's fine. Have at it. But just know what you're doing. Okay, so it says that the understanding of how the practical time machine works will require the understanding of all 9 inventions previous to it. So we should be pretty well versed on pretty much all of these things because now they're talking about AI, robotics, CERN. You might as well say the atom manipulator. They didn't already disclose CERN. The robots, that's the nanoparticles. Okay. The reader should have a comprehension understanding of all 9 inventions before proceeding onward. Now, I just want to give just a reminder. I told y'all this what they were doing with artificial intelligence. I fucking told y'all this a couple of years ago. All right. So, the practical time machine makes time travel possible. It works by having super intelligent robots create a timeline of planet Earth every fraction of a nanosecond for the past and the future. Because remember, past, future, and present, they're really all in the same. It's just what frequency you're tuned into. So remember way back up when they were saying it took 3 hours in the virtual world to create something. And then once it gets to the physical world, it's milliseconds. And I told you all they're going to do is have that shit change from 3 hours to milliseconds. So this shit is really happening instantaneously. And they showed you how once they perfected that increment program or that entire program, that they would put that shit on automatic. They're telling you that they're talking about changing and manipulating the timeline of planet Earth every fraction of a nanosecond for the past and the future. Do you all fucking understand what they are doing? A time traveler will set a time travel date, said time traveler comprising at least one object, and said time traveler can be in at least one of the following states: frozen state and control state. Next, an atom manipulator is used to manipulate the environment incrementally according to the timeline. The atom manipulator generates what is known as ghost machines to change the environment in an intelligent way. Okay, so they finally explain what the ghost machines are. The ghost machines can be small, like a molecule, or it can be big, like a forklift. Sometimes thousands of ghost machines are created and they have to work together in order to change the environment. I think Sis Divinity said early up, Terminator. This sound Terminator-ish to me, goddamn. The creation of the ghost machines, their intelligence, and their physical actions are controlled by the atom manipulator. From the current environment, the atom manipulator will incrementally manipulate the current environment until it reaches said time travel date. Wow. Okay, we're going to just read up to 20, and then we'll pick back up at 21 next week. I'm tripping. Shit, we just on page 40, y'all. I'm fucking tripping. The practical time machine doesn't just allow objects to travel in time. We talked about that. And I learned something new. This is the cheat code. It can cut and paste objects from any time period. Boom. So doesn't that mean that time is not linear? Mm-hmm. that it's the past, the present, and the future. They told you in the Alphabet Boys document that time does not exist the way that they are teaching it, that it all happens simultaneously. So once again, it's proving this by saying, from the current environment, the atom manipulator will incrementally manipulate the current environment until it reaches the said time travel date. The practical time machine doesn't just allow objects to travel in time, it can cut and paste objects from any time period. The cheat codes. It can essentially bring, well, Jesus and them people. It can essentially bring people back from the dead. Well. For example, a person that died in 1941 can be brought back to life in 2009. Famous people and actors can... Sis Sandra, you hear this motherfucking shit? You talked about this earlier. Famous people and actors can all be brought back from the dead. Non-intelligent objects such as bridges and statues can also be restored to its prime in 2009. Remember, the timeline tracks all atoms, electrons, and electromagnetic radiation every fraction of a nanosecond for Earth. Most of the atoms that existed in 1800s are still here together thanks to Earth's gravity. All the atom manipulator has to do is find these atoms and put all these atoms together again, forming the deceased object. Ain't that reset / Westworld-ish shit? Child, okay, we finna to stop right here. Because, child, I done had a long day. Whew. So, with that said, brother...
A lot of work, yes.
Huh?
I say you put in a lot of work.
Child, you missed my early adventures talking about the motherfucking skunk and all of that. I'm worn out.
I'm gonna listen back.
Huh?
I'm gonna listen back.
Yeah. It was just funny. It was at the beginning. You have any last words for the family, Brother Sean?
Well, you are the difference. You're the reason for the season. You everything. That's why everybody is here trying to be you. Trying to get you to change who you are. Trying to get you to give up being the greatest creation ever. That's why everybody's after you.
Indeed.
When are you going to be you? Once you do that, that ends all of this. Without you having to destroy anything. Because you vibrate that high when you let yourself. That you don't have to confront or deal with anything because it simply cannot exist in your presence. Love y'all. Bonus about.
Indeed. Thank you, Brother Sean. And thanks, Sis Sandra. Sorry you having equipment issues. I hope you all get some relief with all of that heat. We'll be back next week, family. Ciao. This stuff is deep. Once again, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect them to go into so much detail. The good part about it, each thing that they are explaining, we know exactly what the hell they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So again, family, take care of yourself. Know thyself. Take care of your babies, your bloodline. Take control, protect, encrypt, ghost your consciousness, your subconscious, your energy, your Merkaba, mind, body, spirit, soul. Because that's where the real power is. All of these years we've been telling y'all about creating your own reality, manifestation. I hope this shit is adding up and making sense to you now. How important these things are. Now, if you're cool with the virtual world, because some people are cool with that. They're looking forward to it. They want to rock with it. Boo, do you. Have a good time. But if you're talking about getting out of the matrix, just like the Alphabet Boys document was telling you how to get out of the matrix, all about consciousness, now this is getting on the physical level, on down to the RNA, DNA, down to the atom level. And as they showed you once again, you have to be off of the board. So I wish all of you well, family. Thank you for your support. Shout out to son Scotty. Beloved, I hope everything went well on your adventures today. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Y'all was throwing in a lot of jewels tonight. Is very much appreciated. And shout out to the YouTube family for Alphabet Boys. Think about it. The agencies, the 3-letter agencies. So, for example, starts with the C, ends with an I. All them different little agencies. Starts with the N, ends in an A. I have to talk that way to talk in code because I don't feel like unnecessary censorship. Okay, I knew you would get it, beloved. Okay, so thank you to the YouTube family for rocking with us. We will be back next week. Ciao. And if you do have Disney Plus, Loki them, they showing you this up in the little Loki series. They're showing you exactly what we're going over in this patent. So love you all very much, family. We'll be back next week. So peace and love. And thank you, Sis Sandra. And thank you, Brother Sean.
My pleasure, sis. Boldness and power.
All right.